meeting. Speakers using a translator will have double the time. After public testimony, the applicant and appellant may make closing remarks for an additional 5 minutes. Commissioners may ask questions of the speakers. Response to the commissioner questions will not reduce the speaker's time allowance. Staff will unmute the speaker to respond to the commissioner. The public hearing will then be closed and the planning commission will take action on the item. The planning commission may request staff to respond to the public testimony, ask staff questions, and discuss the item. If you challenge these land use decisions in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing or in written correspondence delivered to the city prior to the public hearing. The Planning Commission's actions on rezonings, pre-zonings, general plan amendments, code amendments is advisory to the City Council. City Council will hold public hearings on these items. Section 20.120.400 of the Municipal Code provides the procedures for legal protest to the City Council on rezonings and pre-zonings. The Planning Commission's action on conditional use permits is appealable to the City Council in accordance with Section 20.100.220 of the Municipal Code. So calling the meeting to order. I would like to remind everyone that with both the planning commissioner and members of the public, we follow our code of conduct at meetings. This includes commenting on the specific agenda item only and addressing the full body. Public speakers will not engage in a conversation with the commissioners or staff. All members of the planning commission, staff, and public are expected to refrain from abusive language. Repeated failure to comply with the state code of conduct which will disturb, disrupt, or impede the orderly conduct of this meeting may result in removal from the meeting. This meeting of the Planning Commission will now come to order, and we start off immediately with public comment. And this is for topics that are not on this agenda, that are something completely different. I imagine we have at least one speaker. Is there anyone else, staff?
No, I only see Paul. Paul, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Again, redlining has never been amended in the city. We use rhetoric that it sounds like high-minded and like, wow, this is, man, that sounds great. Fantastic. We're helping the homeless people. We're helping these people. So yeah, okay, let's get it done. And then but the reality is different. And then what happens at that time when the reality surfaces from this garbage rhetoric that comes out of these meetings? Okay, because it's meaningless. It has no substance to it. It's just words. And the problem continues to get worse. Market rate housing continues to accelerate. And then sitting there wondering, oh, well, gee, how did this happen? And there's so many moving parts, so many different committees, and the rhetoric becomes so convoluted that nobody can point in any one direction. Can't you guys see that the system is designed for that specific stated purpose? That way, nobody bears the weight of the moral and ethical obligation and responsibility. I would like it stated openly, whether or not you have an ethical and moral responsibility to the citizens that are going to be impacted by the policy recommendations that you make to council. State that on the record. Do I or do I not have a moral and ethical responsibility to the citizens of the city that, despite what the law may say, because the law is what got us here in the first place, redlining was legal. Redlining was legal. The law got us here in the first place. So I don't want to hear the law quoted as if that's sacrosanct. Oh my God, it's against the law or it's within the law, so we can do it. But yet it's probably the most morally and ethical, reprehensible behavior that you could engage in. But it's legal. So because it's legal, your moral and ethical conscience isn't picked. What is happening is we're becoming dehumanized, and we're dehumanizing others through policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Moving on to item 3, deferrals. We have one item for deferral, CP 21.
Oh, sorry, there was one more speaker.
One more speaker? Oh, great.
Yeah, sorry about that. Elizabeth, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'd like to continue kind of what I was talking about before I ran out of time. So I went to the Eviction Help Center. I called all of those numbers that were on the list, and they're saying the wait list is 1 to 2 months long. And so that's completely unacceptable. People are just being evicted without getting the proper rental assistance that they need. And also the office isn't even open. Like it was only open during the pandemic. And that is both true of the Eviction Help Center at City Hall and the one at the Franklin McKinley School District. And that's completely unacceptable. People aren't not being able to even get appointments to do the initial intake. So even if there was like money available, they're not being able to be properly seen in a time. And so I had a 3-day notice. And they're saying, oh, well, in 1 to 2 months. I'm like, 1 to 2 months, I'm going to be evicted. And so it is really important that you give people right to counsel, but it's also important that we have a housing department, we have a city housing department that is actually providing the resources for the residents who are most vulnerable and most in need. And this is the extreme crisis that we're facing right now. You know, even with the homeless prevention system, like it says it's able to help individuals like who have an income of 80% of the median income. So that's around on the chart, it said around 82,000. Like that's a lot of money. And you know, but supposedly a lot of people are supposed to qualify for this resource, but it's not happening that way at all, and it's completely unacceptable. And something needs to be done immediately to change this, because it's just not right. It's going to cost us more money trying to help people once they're in eviction court, and that's a whole nother problem too.
Thank you for sharing that, Elizabeth, and hopefully the housing staff that heard you earlier will follow up with you after this meeting. Moving on to item 3, deferrals and removals. We are deferring item CP 21015 to December 7th. Is there any change to that, staff? That is the correct
No
deferral
change,
date, is
Mr.
that
Chair.
correct?
No change.
Great. Okay, now we're moving on to item 4, the consent calendar. On the item consent calendar, we have the minutes and one other item there. Is there a motion or comment question? Are there any hands to speak?
Excuse me, Chair, we'll have to vote on the deferral, please.
Fair enough. Is there a motion to defer?
So moved.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Great. Commissioner Lardenois?
I don't have any. Oh, the vote. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Alawalia? Commissioner Barroso?
Yes.
Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes.
Commissioner Casey?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Ornelas Wise?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosario?
Yes.
Myself, yes. So back now, and I think we have to display that. Is that correct? There we go. Thank you. So on to the consent calendar now. Are there any hands raised to speak on the consent calendar, staff?
There are no hands.
Great. And if there's no comments or questions from commissioners, is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar. Second.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Lardenois?
Yes.
Commissioner Alawalia, absent. Commissioner Barroso?
Yes.
Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes.
Commissioner Casey?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Ornelas Wise?
Yes.
Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosario?
Yes.
Myself, yes, and we'll display the vote. Okay. So now we're on to item 5, correct? Public hearing?
Yes.
H20037 ER 20-242.
Yes.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes. Yes, may I share my screen first? Okay. So good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. Angela Wang, Planning Project Manager with Planning, Building and Code Enforcement for item 5A, file number H20-037. Before you this evening is a site development permit to allow the development of a 21-story mixed-use building consisting of 194 residential units, approximately 30,800 square feet of commercial retail spaces, and 368,000 square feet of office space on the 1.25 acre site located at the south corner of Fountain Alley and South 2nd Street. The project also includes extended construction hours from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Friday, and 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Saturdays over a period of approximately 34 months. The project will also include the removal of 2 ordinance-sized trees and 12 non-ordinance-sized trees. So the site is currently developed as a surface parking lot. And as shown on the map to the right, the site is also within the downtown commercial historic district and is within 100 feet of 9 designated city landmarks. So the red stars on the slide shows indicate the location of the city landmarks. And Bank of Italy is located to the northwest of the project site. And I want to mention that Bank of Italy is identified as one of the city's civic icons in the 2019 Downtown Design Standards and Guidelines. So I just want to quickly highlight a few design concepts. The project is designed in relation to Bank of Italy. To avoid blocking views of Bank of Italy, the project is designed in a curvilinear form and would incorporate a plaza in the middle of the site. The project design encourages pedestrian connection and activities by providing active commercial retail space along South 2nd Street, Fountain Alley, and the proposed plaza. Another key concept of the project design is to locate the office space on top of the residential areas in a less conventional way. The purpose of the inverse program is to bring a more appropriate scale and details to the ground to reduce the massive impact to the pedestrian and podium levels in to the adjacent buildings. The site is designated downtown with the employment priority area overlay and is also within the downtown primary commercial zoning district. So as analyzed in the staff report, although the project is not fully consistent with certain general plan historic preservation policies due to the impact to the overall integrity of the historic district per the CEQA analysis, the project is consistent with the general plan major strategies, major land use policies, and meets the minimum commercial floor area ratio requirement in the employment priority overlay area. The project is also consistent with the applicable City Council policies. The project conforms with the development standards for the downtown primary commercial zoning district. The project does not fully comply with the 2003 Historic District Design Guidelines. However, the project design substantially complies with the 2019 Downtown Design Guidelines and Standards, with 3 exception requests as discussed in the staff report. Staff recommends granting the exceptions given that the required findings for the exceptions can be made. And so the City of San Jose, as the lead agency for the project, prepared a supplemental environmental impact report. So now I'm going to turn it over to the environmental project manager, Kara Hawkins, to briefly talk about the environmental review of the project.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kara Hawkins, and as Angela just mentioned, I am the environmental project manager for the Fountain Alley mixed use project. The City of San Jose prepared a supplemental environmental impact report to the Downtown Strategy 2040 final environmental impact report for the Fountain Alley mixed use project. This was done in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, which I will refer to as CEQA for the rest of this presentation. The slide before you outlines the previous milestones for this draft EIR. The notice of preparation was released back in 2021 from May 24th to June 24th. And then during that time, we held a virtual scoping meeting on June 14th. And then the actual draft document, once us and the consultants had completed that, were circulated from June 17th of this year to August 2nd. And we received 4 comment letters during that time. After we responded to those comment letters, we prepared a First Amendment draft along with some text edits, and that was posted online on November 4th. All interested parties were notified via email and newsflash when this document was released online. I will go into more detail on one of my later slides about the public comments that we received. Next slide, please, Angela. So the draft EIR for this project found that the project would result in significant and unavoidable impacts to the cultural resources, from impacts to the integrity of the San Jose Downtown Commercial Historic District. Specifically, an impact was found to likely occur because of the project's lack of conformance with the 2003 Historic District Design Guidelines and then the 2019 Guidelines and Standards. Due to the height, massing, facades, and setbacks of the proposed project, there are no suggested feasible mitigation measures to reduce this impact to the historic district outside of redesigning the project. Therefore, when this project does go to council, it would require a statement of overriding considerations if council were to approve. Outside of that significant unavoidable impact, resource sections that contain mitigation measures to reduce impacts include air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, hazards and hazardous materials, and noise and vibration. The draft SCIR analyzed 3 project alternatives. The 3 alternatives that we analyzed were a no project alternative, which would keep the site as it currently is with no new development proposed. And then the second was a reduced height, which would be 4 stories tall and 2 buildings. This would only contain office and retail, no residential, and would be at a reduced height and massing to majorly comply with those design guidelines that I previously mentioned this project does not. And then the third alternative that we looked at was another reduced height. However, this one would be 2 separate buildings, one at 17 stories tall and one at 20 stories tall. This would contain all of the office, retail, and residential uses, and would possibly meet some of those design guidelines, but not all. The reduced height 4 stories alternative was identified as the environmentally superior option because it would be substantially compliant with those design guidelines and may even lessen or eliminate the impact to that historic district. And then next slide, please, Angela. Okay, so as previously mentioned, the city received 4 written comment letters during public circulation. Comments were submitted by one agency, which was the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and they submitted 2 separate email letters. And then from 2 organizations, which were Adams, Broadwell, Joseph, and Cardozo, and the Preservation Action Council of San Jose. Public comments mostly focused on recommendations for additional water conservation measures, concern over the project's impact to the historic district and details surrounding that, and then concern over air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and hazardous materials. Comments were responded to in a First Amendment document, which was posted online to address these commenters' concerns. In addition, though, I would like to add that staff received a comment letter today at noon from Adams, Broadwell, Joseph, and Cardozo. The supplemental letter that they submitted reiterates the concerns that they previously raised during the public commenting period, namely that the EIR fails to comply with CEQA and fails to adequately analyze the project's impacts related to air quality and hazards. I'll briefly talk about their concerns and then our responses to those. So the first concern that they had was regarding air quality. The comment letter states that the draft SCIR fails to incorporate all feasible mitigation measures to avoid or substantially lessen air emissions, especially with respect to cumulative annual PM 2.5 emissions. This was also brought up in their first comment letter during public circulation. Thorough response was provided in section C.9 of that First Amendment. Staff would like to reiterate that the project's annual PM 2.5 concentration would be below the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, I'll refer to this as BACMD, would be below BACMD's single source threshold, and that the required mitigation that we included would further reduce that project level annual PM 2.5 concentration below the single source threshold. As we discussed in the First Amendment, BACMD states that in instances where a pre-existing cumulative health risk impact exists, which is the case for this project, that the project's individual contribution to that cumulative impact should be analyzed. And if project health risks would be reduced to below the single source threshold, then the project's contribution to the pre-existing cumulative impacts would not be cumulatively considerable. Therefore, the project would not substantially contribute to the total cumulative PM 2.5 concentration because it is below that single source threshold. The project therefore would not be cumulatively considerable, and no additional mitigation would be required on the part of the project to mitigate the exceedance of the cumulative source threshold for PM 2.5. Please note that the project already includes applicable best practices and mitigation measures to further reduce that PM 2.5. And then one of the other areas of concern that the commenter included in their letter was that they state that the draft SCIR fails to adequately analyze hazards and hazardous materials. Specifically, they feel that the mitigation measures for this section constitute deferred mitigation under CEQA because of the requirement for a phase 2 investigation prior to receiving grading permits instead of right now. Staff would like to provide the following information as a response and to clarify why this is in the report. First, it's not uncommon for a phase 2 to be completed after approval, especially when a site such as this contains an existing use or is inaccessible. The approach for assessing and dealing with site conditions is typical for a developed site and was confirmed by staff in the Environmental Services Department. Additionally, the phase 2 results, once done, will be used to confirm whether any precautions are needed for worker exposure and whether any restrictions must be placed on where the soil can be disposed. This is handled by the oversight agency as a routine matter and not something that the city has to resolve and disclose in the SCIR beforehand. The phase 2, whenever completed, does not provide absolute certainty about conditions throughout the site since it's only a sample of a small percentage of that site area. And the site management plan, or SMP, is included as a required matter to deal with those unforeseen circumstances encountering during construction. So it's not the case that a phase 2 prepared now would provide a fully defined baseline picture of the site conditions. There would still be need for contingency measures included in that SMP, which would be required if determined by the oversight agencies. And then finally, the phase 2 results are not relevant to the project's design since the soil is being removed and not intended to remain on site or be capped or mixed. The design of the project already entails removing the soil, so the effects of that work are already disclosed. Staff maintains that questions and concerns pertaining to CEQA and environmental impacts under CEQA are addressed in the First Amendment, which was already posted online and notified to all commenters, consistent with CEQA guidelines. The comments received do not identify substantive inadequacies in the SCIR or new previously unidentified significant impacts that require circulation. Staff and technical experts will be available for any additional questions on these comments or on the EIR in general. I will now hand the presentation back over to Angela.
Thanks, Kara. So as mentioned earlier and analyzed in the staff report, the project is consistent with the downtown general plan land use designation, the major general plan, major strategies, and major land use policies, the applicable city council policies, and the project conforms with the zoning code development standards, and also also the project also substantially complies with the 2019 downtown design guidelines and standards. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommends City Council to certify the SEIR and approve the site development permit. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Thanks, Cara. I believe we'll have an applicant speaking, and have we identified who the applicant is, and is it more than one person?
Yes, I'm promoting them right now.
Who's speaking on behalf of the applicant, or who is the applicant?
It's Jacqueline from West Bank. There will be 3 of us speaking.
Great, Jacqueline. Are you gonna split up the time? Just kind of
are.
flow it through? Yep.
Yeah, so Andrew Jacobson, if he's been promoted, he's gonna start, and then I will speak a little bit, and then I'll end with Thomas Christofferson.
Great. And then do you have a presentation you're sharing, and do you have sharing capability?
Yep. I think Thomas is going to share, or I can do it as well. I'll just share.
Everyone unmuted? That's gonna
You
be.
guys hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, you all ready?
Yeah.
Go for it. You have 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes after public comment. So.
All right.
good luck. Thank you.
First, thanks to the commission for the opportunity to bring this project forward. It's a very exciting project for us. As Angela mentioned, it's right next to the Bank of Italy. That is a building we also own. We've brought in a really exciting design team in the Bjarke Ingels group, who are designing this energy hub project as well as the Bank of Italy, which for context is right across the street from the future BART station. So first, Jacqueline is going to talk a bit about our experience and commitment to heritage sites and heritage buildings, as well as our experience in building modern buildings with them. And then the Bjarke Ingels team are going to continue and present the project itself.
Thanks, Andrew. So I'm just running through West Bank's commitment to the celebration of heritage, the commitment to celebrating and creating vibrant and active public realms as well. So this is a example of some of our heritage projects over the years. Some of these have been full restorations, some of them have been retentions, but relocating the buildings, and some of them have just been facade retention projects. This one in particular is our Mirvish Village project in Toronto. It is 1.5 city blocks, and it has the retention of 24 heritage buildings as well as 2 heritage facade retentions. And then in Toronto, again, we have our King Street project in collaboration with Bjarke Ingels Group. It is a mixed-use building with commercial in the podium and then residential above. We have 4 retained heritage facades and 1 heritage building retained in situ. And in the center, we have a central courtyard that's open to the public. Opening into the central courtyard, where we also have a public art in the middle. And this is a thoroughfare from one of the main streets in Toronto, King Street, to the south towards the water. And lastly, this is another project that we have in collaboration with Bjarke Ingels Group. This is in Vancouver. It's called Vancouver House. This is a view from underneath the bridge system that goes through the site. It's a mixed-use building with commercial, office, rental, residential, and condominiums. And this is the public art piece that we installed underneath the bridge. That's very notable in the city of Vancouver. And then lastly, this is just a couple other projects that we have in collaboration with BIG in Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto. And I will pass it on from here to Thomas Christofferson, the partner at BIG. Thomas? You're on mute.
Hello, my name is Thomas. Jacqueline, can you unshare, then I maybe just share the deck from here.
Yep.
And Thomas, you have about I don't see a timer, but I think you have about 1:45.
All right, I'll do this.
But then you'll have
very
5
quick.
minutes at the end. I mean, it seems like you have 37 slides, so.
Yeah. See.
We see your presentation.
Yes. Yeah, so another collaboration we also have with the West Bank is, of course, the sort of renovation and repurposing of Bank of Italy itself, with this sort of garden tower and necessity to upgrade it and give it an extra egress there. And then we are also really thinking a lot about the public realm around the project. And besides this parking lot that has historically been vacant until now inside the downtown historical district next to Bank of Italy. We can see in the neighborhood there's a certain character, especially on the left. Typically uses that offices be big floor plates and residential wants to be can be smaller. So you usually stack the residential on top, making a very sort of massive building at the bottom with more porosity in the sky. And in this case, we would like to sort of invert.
My timer just went off.
Yeah. So, so just a bit, one thing, your connection's not great, so you came off a little muffled. Your graphics are better than average of what we typically see, but you'll have 5 minutes after public comment, and so you'll have another round there.
Yeah, I recommend he also turn off his video if he's having Wi-Fi issues.
Good point. John's always with the points on Zoom. Okay, so now we're back to the commission. If the commission has any questions, or we can go straight to public comment. I don't see any hands up unless have my wrong view on. I do see Commissioner Rosario with his hand up. Hi, Commissioner.
Yeah, I had a question. Just I was reading the letter that came in today, and it mentioned that it mentioned that they wanted a PSA 2 performed, if I'm not mistaken, the phase 2 performed. And you mentioned that that couldn't be done. Why was that? And I'm just for my own edification.
So it's a question for Kara, correct?
Yes.
SQL-related question.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Yes, just to reiterate, or I guess explain, when we do deal with sites that may have past uses that could have contaminants in the groundwater or soil, something of that nature that may be disturbed, the first step is to do a phase 1 ESA, which was done for this project, which gives, a brief overview of the past uses of the site and what could remain. From then on, a phase 2 may be required if the Environmental Services Department within the city feels that it is warranted. In this case, they do want additional testing done, which is that phase 2 that you recommend. However, those are pretty all-encompassing, that it could require sampling the groundwater on site, soils up to certain depths, things of that nature. So in some cases, if there's already an existing building on site or a use that's being actively used right now, it's not just, a empty hole sitting there. We require that to be done instead before that grading stage. That way we're still making sure they still have to come in and show proof of that. They have to work with the county and our Environmental Services Department to make sure that that is taken care of and sampled. It's just that sometimes, depending on existing site conditions, we may require that after approval, but before they're allowed to actually, expose any particular contaminants to workers or the air or whatever it may be. So that was the situation for this site that us in consultation with the ESD department determined that it was acceptable to do a phase 2 at a later time. And there are still checks and balances. It's a requirement by, the state and the county that they do this. So it just is not always done before the project gets approval.
I think they mentioned that there's no way to tell whether there's certain contaminants unless the phase 2 is performed. And I suppose they mentioned that the EIR should not be complete unless the phase 2 is performed. Is there any credence to that?
From our perspective,
right.
No, this is pretty typical for other projects. It's very rare that a phase 2 is completed before project approval. So this project is typical. It's usually a phase 1 prior to approval, and then that phase 2, if warranted, would be needed prior to grading and demolition.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Rosario, I just wanted to add that for projects like this, as part of the EIR, they do phase 1 and provide additional mitigation, which requires performance standards, that if you find this, if you do the phase 2 and you find this, this is what you need to do. If you find that, that's what. So it provides parameters within which the project can move forward prior to building permits. So this is exactly what happened. So phase 2 is not really necessary since everything has been woven into the performance standards and part of the mitigation measures. The applicant will be required to sign the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which commits them to going through that process that has been prescribed as part of the analysis.
I guess if that's the case, then I guess what is the folks who wrote the letter, what is their beef, more or less?
Well, Commissioner, I think staff will tell you they file this letter sort of as a form letter on many, many projects, and staff can correct me if I'm incorrect.
No, I can see Commissioner Casey's head shaking. All right.
Staff, am I correct on my statement to Commissioner Rosario?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you're correct.
Fair enough. Any other questions, Commissioner Rosario? No. Commissioner Barroso?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have a two-part question for the applicant. One, unfortunately, we weren't able to see all your slides, but I wonder if in the slide deck, I'm really curious about how the Bank of Italy, which is a very, a well-known building, how does it compare to the building that's being proposed in terms of, do you have a side-by-side comparison, like some sort of rendition that we can see how, like the height comparison, like just something for me to anchor the building next to that historic building?
Yeah, I think, Thomas, we have a rendering. I think we have a few renderings of shots that show it. Could you pull that up?
I can do it.
Okay. And I think one point on this that really intrigued us from a Bank of Italy standpoint is, when you look at the scale of Bank of Italy in relation to the district, the Bank of Italy, when it was built, was quite extreme and large compared to the surrounding neighborhood. And our real view on this was, let's not try to replicate what's there and really go as far away from that as possible, but hopefully get to a point where in 100 years, because that's how old the Bank of Italy is, we look back and say, look at all these great historic buildings that were all built in different time periods. So there's a shot. It is taller. Do we have any others?
This is just down Fountain Alley looking west. So we have Bank of Italy on the right and you have the Energy Hub on the left. So this is the pedestrian thoroughfare that exists today.
Mm-hmm. Would you have one that's sort of at the top level elevation, something where the skyline shows?
We have that shot.
Yeah, I can just go back to the first slide. Yeah, so here it is.
Oh, I see.
You have Bank of Italy here, and then you have the Energy Hub to the left. The height of Energy Hub matches the spire height of the Bank of Italy.
Okay. And my second part question is, in the staff recommendation, there was an alternative to divide the building up into two.
Yeah.
One down to 4 stories and the other one to 17 and 20. And I just wonder, how do you respond to that recommendation? I see how staff would recommend that, but I wonder the reasoning you went with.
So
Yeah,
it's
so-
kind of.
You want, okay, you can go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's kind of 2 parts. One, when you look at breaking it up into 2 buildings, you know, our vision for this is really true mixed use of, you know, retail, housing, and office. In the Bay Area in general, office only really works when you can get the larger floor plates. So when you start to break the building up into 2 separate buildings, you kind of make office that's infeasible. And so in this slide that's showing now is kind of where you normally start when you have office and residential. And so what we did was take this concept where you put office on the bottom, residential on the top, and flipped it upside down. So you have office on the top, the residential on the bottom. And what it does is creates a public realm at the ground floor, as opposed to one big rectangle that eats up the entire site. It creates a larger retail area for the people to go and what we envision is more paseos, which we love, pedestrian thoroughways and coffee shops and cafes for people to come to. So, you know, with the new BART coming and the stop nearby, the idea is, can we create a place to go when you get off that BART station? And then on your question on the height of, you know, where we are versus 4 stories, with the BART so close and really our mission and what's really needed in downtown is density. And, you know, I think when you have a BART station built a half a block away, we'd all be kicking ourselves if we didn't actually add density nearby.
So the slide that's on the screen right now is a ground floor plan showing the porosity and all of the pathways and paseos through the site. So we have the existing fountain alley that's there today, and then we have this new urban room in the center, which is a result of flipping the office and the residential upside down. And then we have another paseo along the west side between the site and the adjacent buildings, and then also to the south.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you, Commissioner Barroso. Let's go to public comment and then allow the applicant to do their 5 minutes, which will cover some of the stuff that I think the commissioners are curious about and haven't seen all the renderings. And I'll come to you first, Commissioner Ornelas Wise. But let's go to public comment. And I believe is it just Paul Soto, or does anyone else raise their hand?
We have a few people. Paul, you are unmuted.
Thank you, Commissioners. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Gary Dillabo and Jeff Arriaga, who are the 2 primaries developers, billionaires, both of them, that are in charge of this project, spent, let me give you a fact that you need to contend with. $350 million Gary Dillabo spent in a 90-day period buying up downtown property. Basically, the city's his. There's people on this commission that work for him. They work for Gary Dillabo. When you follow the trail of the money and the corruption, it leads right to him. Okay, and he's playing chess with the city that bore me, and chess with the city that still hasn't contended with the corruption that created the wealth in it. Come on, people. I mean, seriously. I mean, I'll be here for the rest of my life. I probably got 25, 30 years left in me. You know, Gary Dillabo doesn't try to put a bullet in me, but this is what I'm talking about, is the corruption that's going on, man. This city is being corrupted in this planning commission, okay? And you're doing his bidding. You're making sure that Gary Dillabo places all of his chess pieces around San Jose and act, well, it's legal. It's legal. We can do this because it's legal. And I have an absolute right to it because it falls within the law. So who cares if it just gentrifies all these people out of here? What kind of people are going to be downtown? Those are for the citizens of San Jose. You're building an infrastructure for people that aren't even citizens of this city yet. And you're using resources within this city right now within this planning commission in order to plan for citizens that aren't even here yet? Come on, this is disgusting. I mean, none of you can really look at yourself in the mirror and say that, you know what, I'm doing this for the citizens here in San Jose right now. No, they're for citizens, for people that aren't even here yet. That's disgusting. This is tax money that's being corrupted to subsidize.
Can we pause real quick? City Attorney, if a commissioner is working for an applicant, must they abstain from that topic? And
Yes, it would be,
vote?
so assuming they're paid by the applicant, it would be a financial conflict of interest.
Thank you. And are any commissioners employed by the applicant? Okay, move on to the next speaker.
Ada Marshall, go ahead and unmute yourself. Aiden Marshall, if you could unmute your device.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ada Marshall, speaking on behalf of Silicon Valley residents for responsible development. You see the comments we engaged expert consultants who found the project does not adequately analyze or mitigate the potential hazardous contaminants on the project site. The project is likely contaminated or phase 1 permissively deferred analysis of the site contamination until after project approval in violation of CEQA.
Can you let the speaker know that we can
result in additional environmental impact not analyzed or mitigated in the EIR? The existing contamination of the project site must be addressed in a revised and recirculated EIR.
Chair, can we ask them to clarify their mics so that maybe you can respond to their comments?
Project's air pollution emissions are not fully mitigated through all reasonably feasible measures. Our expert consultants proposed additional mitigation measures, including rooftop solar, electric trucks, charging stations, and zero-emission service equipment. The city must analyze and adopt all feasible mitigation measures in a revised and recirculated EIR before the project can be sent to City Council for approval. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Mike Sodergren.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Mike Sodergren, Preservation Action Council. Let me just start with a little segment of the city's report. The proposed project would impact the overall integrity of the San Jose Downtown Commercial Historic District, as it does not comply with the 2003 Historic Design Guidelines in building height, corner element, massing, facades, rear facades, and setbacks and stepbacks. It also is out of step with 2019 guidelines and standards. And the commission is being asked to make a one-off decision on this project without the context of other developments that are in entitlement, entitled, or in the works. We are in discussion with the developer. These are good people about what we can do to 3D capture and model the space, to answer the question of one of the commissioners of how do you look at this in the context of different elevations and different perspectives and different times of day and things that we just don't use right now. Even in historic districts, PAC backs the provision of living and workspace near public transit. So infill development to us is good. It protects Coyote Valley to the south and the hills to the east. Our main concern is the protection of the integrity of the National Historic District and the many contributing structures and landmark buildings within that district. In this case, design and massing is incompatible and out of scale of virtually everything around it. We are concerned that that this project is being considered without considering other projects like the Suzuko project at the corner of 4th and Santa Clara, which is a gutting of a historic landmark, and the loss of the Lawrence Hotel, which was lost to fire. Can the San Jose downtown commercial district maintain sufficient integrity to convey its historic significance if all the projects currently under consideration and others in the works are entitled? We're also concerned about the viability of businesses on First Street that utilize their back entries to the parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next speaker.
Catherine Hedges. Go ahead and unmute your device.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I am in a number of groups, including Catalyze SV and Sacred Heart Housing Action Committee. I'm not representing them. These are just my personal off the cuff remarks. I am a former tenant of the Bank of Italy building. I had an art studio there for about a year, and I left for other economic reasons. But about a year after I left, I heard that most of the other, well, anyway, the other artists who are renting space in the building all got evicted, and that is definitely gentrification. And the building had just been sitting around vacant, and people could have been maintaining their whatever photography, video businesses in this very economical downtown space. When I moved in 2015, I was paying $300 for 150 square foot office, which is amazing for downtown. And that let me expand my art business out of my, outside my apartment. But a lot of people, and most of them were probably from disadvantaged groups because there seemed to be a lot of hip hop culture. They can't use that space anymore. And I'm concerned about the large mass of the proposed building. And the only thing that makes it visually appealing is the vegetation. But having vines growing on balconies is a code violation downtown. I know that because I live downtown, my balcony gets inspected, and if I had plants growing like that, I'd have to get rid of them. So I don't think the developer is being very straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next speaker.
No other public speakers, please.
There's not a George Casey.
We do have a George. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
I'm one of the commissioners. I had some technical difficulty. I just,
Oh. I was like, wait a minute.
sorry, guys.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, now we'll go back to the applicant. You have 5 minutes to cover the balance of your presentation. Are the applicants able to share and present?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sharing now. All right, so I think this is where we left off.
We can't see it yet, so hang on. Okay, now we can see.
All right. So it's really this building that has sort of one scale at the lower part, that's a urban realm, and another one at the skyline, with the storefronts, the finer grain of the residential units, and then the larger scale of the offices. And as Jacqueline mentioned, like we really wanted to build upon and enhance this whole notion of walking through downtown, through paseos and alleyways, and maintain sort of the movability around the site as it is today. Which means that we have developed a building that doesn't really have a backside, or sort of the back of house things that you do need to egress out are really limited, and the rest is really retail storefront and entrances into the building. We've been looking at the context with these sort of quite special sort of both vertical and horizontal rhythms, the knee wall, the inset doorways, and sort of taking those elements and translated it into the design, where the glazing will sort of gently curve in to announce the entrances into the retail. There's sort of pilasters that are dividing each of the retail spaces or announcing them, and we have the transoms and the facade above for signage. So this is the view of how it would be walking down 2nd Street. The paving, we want to maintain as a sort of characteristic red brick paving of the paseos next to the granite paving of the streets. And that turns into the fountain alleyway. Here you see how the building gently curved to sort of funnel the urban realm into the paseos and the alleyways. This is the room from the urban room where you have a view from 2nd Street up to the spire of Bank of Italy Tower. And you see to the left and right the different sort of articulation of the retail space and sort of the greenery that we and just sort of a nice and shaded place for people to occupy. And then this is a view from the back. So you have the neighbors facing South First on the left, and sort of the site that goes all the way down to and that will have a very active as well with storefronts and so on. This is a view from South First and Santa Clara, where you see the relationship between the Bank of Italy Tower and the project. And this is from San Fernando, where you see.
We don't see that. I don't think you're
Thomas, I
advancing
think
your
you're
slide.
screen- Can you stop sharing and maybe Jacqueline could finish this? I think you're cutting out a bit.
I think you are on the last slide, Jacqueline.
This one?
Yeah, and then the next one with San Fernando, where you see the historical buildings in the foreground and the top of the building with the office floors, all around. You have the characteristic doors that shield from the sun. That we're also planning to have PVs on top, so it will generate a lot of energy. And then finally, there's the building ends with a park on the roof. That's an amenity for the people in the building. And then last is a view from looking south, where you see the building in the skyline of San Jose. You have this sort of characteristic mid-rise skyline because of the flight path going above.
Is that finished for the applicants, or is anyone else speaking with the remainder of your time?
No, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Sorry for the technical difficulties on that.
Well, as long as you two are close so we can hear you clearly, obviously he's somewhere else, bad connectivity or not ideal. Okay, Commissioner Ornelas Wise.
Okay, hello. I have a couple of questions. What's the number of units for residential? Is it, I think I recall 123. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
194.
And how many of those are affordable?
So I think we've got to go through an ordinance, and this is something I wish we could get here and say, here's exactly what we're going to do. Unfortunately, a lot of this comes down to the capital partner investors who invest in this, and it's a sliding scale. There's a bunch of different ways to comply with the ordinance, and we just won't have that until we get ready to start construction. What I can tell you is we know the office will create affordable housing fees with the linkage fees. And as of 3 days ago, we've partnered with a nonprofit in downtown, Path Ventures, and we're now under contract for a site about a block and a half away, where we're going to integrate supportive housing, affordable housing, and market rate housing. And what we want to do is really in our office, and if in the event some of our residential does create fees, use those fees to actually create supportive and affordable housing in downtown to create a community. So that site is directly next to one of our other projects. And so we are creating a project that will build supportive and affordable housing right in downtown.
Thank you, Andrew. So it appears that it's most likely that this project will pay an in lieu fee and have no affordable housing. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's necessarily the case. You know, we have many projects under construction where we have convinced our capital partners to actually build it on site. It would certainly be our preference, but we just can't make that determination at this point. But our preference and our objective would be to build it.
I did see in some of the other models that you've done elsewhere that there was some public art dedication. So what public art would you do for the city of San Jose?
So on this one, we haven't determined it yet. We do public art in every project we have, whether it's required or not. Those tend to come as we advance the design further. Right now, it's just not far enough along, but I believe, Jacqueline, we own about 70 pieces of public art within our projects. And I can tell you, we incorporate it into every project, whether it's required or not.
Yeah, here we would do something either in the public realm or on the building itself. So it's highly visible from the exterior.
Oh, good. What about any, I didn't see any like playground or anything for children. Is there anything proposed, or a recreational room or something for the residents? I didn't see anything.
Yeah, so we have amenity space for the residents between the residential and the office floors. We haven't fully programmed what they are yet, but there could be something there. And then also the public realm is open space for both children and adults.
Okay. Another thing, you know, of course, one of my biggest concerns is neighborhood compatibility with the design. You know, I grew up here in San Jose, born and raised, and I visited the downtown a lot when I was a little girl with my parents. After church, we'd go walk around. And so I love the paseos. I love the greenery. In fact, the ground floor seems to mix really well. However, the massing and the height seems to be incompatible with the historic district. I really wish that there was more integration of really complying with this, you know, historic district. I guess those are, you know, my biggest concerns and comments.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I guess our point on that, when we look at, you know, these great historic buildings, is not try to replicate it, not try to match it. You know, as we showed a few of the projects we've done in the past, is really show that juxtaposition of this is modern, this is historic, and not try to recreate what was built 100 years ago and almost pretend you've matched it. We don't feel it's really true to the design and true to, you know, something like Bank of Italy that we're obviously really passionate about. So point of it, there is no real way to lower, you know, a large office floor plate without eating up all of the ground floor. So if we had put the office at the bottom portion of the project, we wouldn't get all these cafes and all this open space to the public. We would kind of end up eating up a lot of the site, and you'd get, you know, a little bit of retail off Fountain Alley and a little bit of retail off Second, but you wouldn't get all this robust retail that we've been able to create.
And we're also looking to integrate with some of the existing materials on site. The ground plane is the red brick. That's a continuation of Fountain Alley. And then the materiality of the facade, we're looking at terracotta to kind of nod to the Bank of Italy.
I guess I would like to see more of what was done on the ground in regards to historic preservation and compatibility to go up the building, not just on the ground. That's just what I would have liked to see, just for more compatibility with the existing and just you know, out of respect for the historic district there. So those are my comments. And is any of it like LEED certified or Build It Green, the proposed?
Yeah, so we're proposing LEED platinum for both the residential and the office. And then we're also targeting ILFI zero carbon, which targets a deep reduction in embodied carbon.
Of course, I'd request, you know, a playground for the kids somewhere on the lower level where the paseo is, just to attract more families. You know, when I was a child, I'd go to church and we'd walk downtown, so that would be really nice. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Commissioner. Applicant, how much public, there's some type of green feature on the roof. What's that add up to square footage wise?
That's probably 35,000 would be my guess, 35,000 square feet. So call it, you know, 3/4 of an acre.
Okay. Commissioner Cantrell.
Hey, just a few questions. And actually, I think I'm going to need some help from the city staff on this too. You know, we get these plans, and I think a part of what we're trying to do here is expose the community to what's planned and its impacts. So one of those very important impacts is how does it formulate for affordable housing? And I'm understanding. I mean, I know this is complex and that these things aren't easy, but the public needs to know, and I would prefer the public know before we make decisions to push things forward. And I know this is hard. So is the cart and the horse in the wrong place here? You know, how do we get these answers when we need them before we're making decisions? I know, you know, you can pay into a fund. I get it. I would much prefer to see you integrate housing in a development like this. That would help me make much better decisions. So city staff, how do we get the cart and the horse in the right order here so that we can make these decisions appropriately?
Who from staff will tackle the request from Commissioner Cantrell? I know we talked about this at the last meeting, but I think it bears repeating.
I'll take a stab at it, Commissioner or Chair. Ultimately, it's going to have to take the city council to make the policy. At what stage does the IHO have to be enforced, and the sensitivity of that, and whether or not those conditions or those expectations are going to be built into the entitlement. Unfortunately, the way that the ordinance are written now, it allows them to do it at the building stage when they're closer to figuring out the finances of construction, and that might have been intentional, understanding how the market goes. So I think it's going to be up to them, and probably a lot of research and outreach about, can you really ask it at this stage to make that decision? Because if they do it and the finance doesn't work out later, what happens to that entitlement?
Yeah, I get it. I get it's complicated. It's just unfortunate because it doesn't lead to great decision making from my perspective. But at any rate, next question. What's the mix of units? Have you gotten that far yet? You have any idea how many bedrooms each unit will have? How many of each?
Jacqueline or Thomas, do you have that?
I
I think we've got a high level. I don't know
think
that.
Angela should have it.
I will respond in a minute. Let me check the plan.
Okay, while you're looking for that, I'll just add, these are condos or rentals?
Rental.
Okay, that's good to hear. Okay, and I can't find, where's the setback problem? Is it on the back? Well, there's really no backside to the structure. Where is the setback issue?
I think the setback issue refers to above the ground plane. So the ground floor is on the property line. But because of the massing of the building actually runs from bottom to top along that property line.
Okay. So from the elevations, I get it now. Okay, so when I'm looking at this, some of the renderings, I'm seeing facades, what looks like facades of historical buildings, but those are actually buildings a block away. Is that correct?
You're referring to this slide?
No, just, let's see, you had a rendering.
Commissioner Cantrell, you're correct. This is a current surface parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you. That answers my questions. Okay. Now I'll wait to hear the unit breakdown.
Angela? Angela, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm still looking into the plans.
Oh, okay. Should we come back to you, Angela? Okay. Well, we'll come back to that, Commissioner Cantrell. We'll go to, is any other questions at this point?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lardenois.
Yeah, just going back to the previous discussion, I just want to say, even though the inclusionary housing ordinance is enforced at a much later stage in the process than this, I think it's still totally prudent for us to ask questions about how developers plan to comply with it. And I also just want to clarify something earlier that was said. I think, Andrew, you said that, there's this partnership with a nonprofit that you're working on for another project, and that potentially any in lieu fees paid by this project could help fund that. But just to clarify with staff, my understanding is that in lieu fees paid under the IHO isn't going to the city's pot of money. It's the city's discretion how they're spent, right? Like, it's not like a developer really has an earmark there. Is that correct?
And I also want to clarify, it's not just the in lieu fee for office in San Jose, because there's
the commercial linkage fee as well.
Yeah. And so that would be a hope we can use any funds of that. What we aim to do with it is address a need in downtown, and our vision for the project is to make sure the affordable housing is being built in the community. And really the vision for it is to integrate supportive housing, affordable, and market rate together, rather than kind of these different standalone projects. So it's not like we would be able to earmark these fees go to that project or anything like that. It would be, while all these fees are being created in downtown, let's make sure a solution is downtown and it's not creating affordable housing in other parts of the city.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask staff it was covered in the presentation and in the report that the project does not fully comply with the 2003 Historic District Design Guidelines and the 2019 Downtown Design Guidelines and Standards. And, excuse me, I guess I'm just curious, as a question for staff, how do you, when it comes to that compliance with policies like that, how much does that weigh in your decision whether to recommend approval of a project or not? I guess it's more common than not that staff reports, say that a project complies with all relevant policies. So I just wanted to get some more perspective on that one.
Right, so the San Jose Historic District Design Guidelines is more instructive and suggestive. I mean, compared with the 2019 Downtown Design Guidelines and Standards. Yeah, also for the consistency with the 2019 Downtown Design Guidelines, the project actually substantially comply with that design guideline. This is how we evaluate the project. Also, I want to point out that regarding the massing compatibility, so as the applicant mentioned that the proposed ground floor will be very strongly pedestrian oriented. It is compatible with the storefront appearance of the South 2nd Street and Fountain Alley. Also, the material relates to the historic district. Although the EIR concludes that the project has a significant impact to the integrity of the historic district, the project is actually overall compatible with the downtown character as defined by a growing number of high-intensity developments. So,
Commissioner, I'll take a stab at that as well. There's a lot. If you guys have read our staff reports, they're quite long. There's a lot of policies, a lot of general plan, zoning codes, public comments, all in consideration of that. Then within our general plan, there are competing interests among each other: historic preservation, while growing density in our downtown environment, providing vibrant spaces. So staff design staff reports wants to acknowledge all those different policies, and when there are conflicts, we weigh them holistically in consideration of that. So in this specific case, the amount of pedestrian activity, the density, the pedestrian and other transit options, in consistency with those policies, in this case, kind of outweighed some of the historic concerns. As the applicant has shown, they are taking historic as a component of it in certain aspects of their project. So as a result of that, staff ultimately recommended approval for the project while acknowledging that there may be some inconsistencies.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
If I can add,
yeah.
this is Dana Peak, Historic Preservation Officer for the city. I just wanted to point out that, so last month you dealt with several other projects that had impacts to historic resources with CEQA. Those projects also involved a historic preservation permit because they were either a designated city landmark or they were in a city landmark historic district. This particular project is located in a National Register district, which does not require the issuance of historic preservation permit. So there's probably a little bit more flexibility because there's not a specific historic preservation ordinance requirements and findings that are required as they were for the other projects that you reviewed last month. And you're more looking at the CEQA impact analysis, which is the primary component of this project.
Thank you. Yeah, and I really just, again, that was all really helpful context for appreciating the intricacy of making these decisions. So thank you. I guess just one more set of comments on this. So this is so respectfully, I'm skeptical about the aesthetics of this project. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but that's not something I see as relevant to how we should vote on projects as a planning commission, because we really are about applying policy, and that's not a factor that goes into these policy determinations. And I want to say this is a really interesting project in terms of how it combines retail, office, and residential all together. I mean, we see projects that do all three, but they don't do it in a way that's so tightly integrated. And that's really fascinating to me. And I just want to go ahead and make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Can we get that the number?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Cantrell.
So
we're not voting right away, so it's okay. But just we'll get to that point. But Commissioner Lardenois, did you have any other comments you were making?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go back to Commissioner Cantrell's request for the bedroom information.
So 104 one-bedroom units, 74 two-bedroom units, and 16 three-bedroom units.
Okay.
Any other question there, Commissioner Cantrell, on that topic?
That's very light on actual family households.
On the twos and threes are nearly half.
No, I mean the threes. So,
oh, the threes. Okay.
Yeah. If you're gonna, if there's a metric for affordable housing, it's housing families as well, and that would mean the units available for families in a market like this would be two. That's not a lot. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Okay. Moving on to Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm in support of the motion. I think that this is a really interesting, innovative project in the way that the residential is in the middle with office above and retail below. That's really interesting and very intriguing. I think that I had a question reading through the report about why the curvilinear design was proposed. And then what I read was that it was designed that way to highlight the view of the Bank of Italy building, which I think is really terrific. When I go on vacation, I like to go to big cities. And when I walk through a lot of big cities,
they have a combination of historic buildings and new buildings literally right next to each other kind of throughout the city. And I think that's what great cities do. And I just think it's important that the buildings complement each other, which I think this building does complement the Bank of Italy building. And as has been pointed out, if there's any location in downtown that needs a tall building with density, it's this site right next to the BART station, right? We need to do that downtown. It's the right thing to do. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. Anyone else? I'll throw in my comments that I'll be supporting the motion. Again, as I've stated in previous meetings, we've always, as a desire, as a city and a community, wanted a dense, vibrant downtown, and without density, you're not going to get that. As mentioned, this is be next to significant infrastructure, such as a BART station for the future. As we saw photos from Vancouver and Toronto, two really world-class cities. I know because Commissioner Lardenois said we shouldn't really be too much into the architecture, but I got to tell you, when I see a project that meets density and also provides unique, compelling architecture, I want what I see in those other cities. I've traveled to 50 countries. I've been to a variety of cities around the world. There is just some incredible architecture out here. And to think that we would put potentially a 4-story rectangular building that's across the street on Second here would be a travesty. You know, this is really something exceptional and unique. And the whole idea of the paseos and walking through and the circular design is, I mean, for me, I improve it. I think this would be a drastic improvement to that area. You know, not all of our citizens come downtown, and it's going to take time for more development to come and to bring them downtown. And I think the notification that projects like this are coming are going to be good, because it also attracts other investors into the community. And, you know, that's the only way we build things. It's either a pension fund or a bank or some type of sovereign fund that loans money to these folks that take a big risk. They could go bankrupt, but hopefully they get the loan and they build it and they lease it and sell it, or whatever the proportion is. So I think that's just sort of the cycle of how it works in the United States. And the applicant is not requesting any waiver from the affordable housing requirements. It's just a matter of issue it building permit, which is beyond the Planning Commission and even beyond our I'll call them colleagues at the City Council, right? It's even past that level. So will be supporting the motion. So thank you. And I think Commissioner Cantrell, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, actually, you know, I was just going to just let this go and just do my vote, but I think something needs to be said. I think we can't just accept that, you know, you want to build affordable housing, but you can't tell me what that is. And I understand the financing of that makes it complicated. But I think we all have a right to know what's going to happen before it happens and before we give permission for it to continue. I think that these types of apartment complexes raise rents. These are lead projects. They're very attractive, and I don't deny any of the other things that other commissioners have said here. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. We'd love it. We'd love it with affordable housing. The makeup of the units indicates to me this is not going to be affordable housing for families. So with all that said, as much as I love this and I love the density and I want to see more of this, without affordable housing, you're going to impact these communities negatively by raising rents for people who simply can't afford it. Gentrification is a reality for a lot of our communities, and we just can't embrace that. So with that said, we should take our votes.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. And I'll also state, having watched the mayoral campaigns, that both candidates felt that increasing housing stock, housing inventory would be good, especially when they comply with the inclusionary ordinances. And one comment on the bedroom count. I think we also need to realize as a society, specifically in the United States, specifically in California Bay Area, the fact is people that get together, married or unmarried, are having less children. And there's something about the marketplace that's responding to that by providing a certain component of whether it's a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, et cetera. So I just, not all of us have kids or for a variety of reasons. So I just think that's a factor we also have to look at on the demographics of the country and the state. So with that said, if there's no other comments, we'll go on to the roll. Commissioner Lardenois. Commissioner Lardenois.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Alawalia still absent? Commissioner Barosio.
No.
Commissioner Cantrell.
You're on mute, Commissioner Cantrell.
My apologies. No.
Commissioner Casey.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Ornelas Wise.
No.
Commissioner Young.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosario.
Yes.
Myself, yes, and staff will display the vote. Okay, great. We are going to take a 4-minute break or maybe 3.5-minute break and come back at 8:01.
Thanks, everybody.
supervising planner with the Climate Smart team and citywide planning. I'm also going to be co-presenting with me is Wilson Tam, Transportation Planning Manager in Department of Transportation. So what we are discussing tonight is an updated to the zoning code regarding the city's parking and transportation demand management's requirements, and basically how updating this can help fight climate change, strengthen our economy, and lead to a more equitable city. All right, and apologies to this for you commissioners who were here in our presentation back in June. There may be a little bit of a rehash for you for some of this information, but I do know that there's a number of new commissioners since that time. So I just want to make sure we kind of hit all the highlights again. So just kind of an overview of why we're doing this. The city has numerous policies supporting this, including our general plan, Envision San Jose 2040, Climate Smart San Jose, which is our greenhouse gas reduction plan. And this plan was, or this ordinance update was funded through the American Cities Climate Challenge, which was basically 25 cities throughout the United States who made a commitment to take on various policies to help reduce greenhouse gas generation. We have a few other related policies. The city council last year made a pledge to be carbon neutral by 2030. There's the fact that we haven't substantially updated our parking policies since the mid-60s. And some of this work also stems out of the housing crisis work plan, and even there's some pandemic recovery issues that come out of this. But this obviously is one effort out of many efforts needed to achieve the goals of these different policies and documents. So just to give you some context of how long we've been working on this, we actually initially kicked this program off in January of 2020 with a study session before the Planning Commission. It was a Urban Land Institute panel who discussed kind of parking and transportation demand management and how to modernize that. I honestly, that was a different time. That was before this crazy pandemic hit. So it seems like a long time ago, but it was roughly 3 years ago at this point. Since then, we've gone through a few other actions. We did the Deer Dawn Station Area Plan, the Marietta Sabar Urban Village Plan, City Council study session in August of 2021, and I mentioned we had a policy direction check-in with Planning Commission and City Council back in June of this year. But what we're presenting now is the final proposed ordinance to update parking and TDM. So what we've done in those 3 years, we've engaged with over 1,600 attendees at various engagement events, some in person, mostly virtual, including roughly 11 webinars and workshops, 5 engagements, specifically developer roundtables and developer engagement, 2 study sessions as mentioned with the Planning Commission and City Council, and then 22 focus groups with various neighborhood associations. And then just to kind of give you a background, as you guys are all well aware, any new development in San Jose under our current ordinance requires a specified minimum amount of off-street parking to be constructed along with it. And these parking guidelines are designed with the idea of there'll always be enough parking spaces to meet or exceed the demand. So in general, in most cases, there are usually empty parking spaces on site. Basically, these minimums do assume that cars are the only way for you to get from point A to point B. And as a result, San Jose has really been a city built for cars rather than people. And this is just an example in North San Jose. So why is this a problem? And there's a number of different reasons. We'll go through some of the various reasons here. One, as we talked about, this is an effort regarding climate change and giving people more choice for how they do their transportation, and obviously also vehicles' impact on congestion and traffic. Studies show that an excess amount of free parking encourages people to drive to sites when they think, oh, this is the easiest way to get there. And this occurs even when someone might be open to walking, taking transit, or biking. One of our most recent greenhouse gas inventories showed that roughly 51% of the city's greenhouse gas generation is coming from its transportation sector, and a significant portion of that is just from people commuting to work. Parking minimums also create a problem just with business flexibility. Preferences for how people do work and conduct business has consistently been changing even before the pandemic started. More people are using ride hailing rather than driving themselves. More people are shopping online. People even, as we're easing out of the pandemic, there's still a significant portion of people that are working from home. And there's sort of a general trend of prioritizing experiences and events rather than, material items or material goods. So one problem these parking minimums create is that they are very specific, and there's a specific requirement for every specific type of use. A business couldn't move into an existing building unless the property has an arbitrary amount of parking dictated by the zoning code, that they must meet that minimum parking requirement based on their use, regardless of whether the business owner thinks that's the amount of parking they need. If the site doesn't have that, they can't do it. So if they're at a site where they believe, their employees will walk or take the bus, it still wouldn't be allowed. Additionally, something that's come out of the pandemic was the alfresco program, which many restaurants throughout the city benefited from. The city issued an emergency order to allow restaurants to convert existing parking areas into outdoor dining space. This kind of emergency order is concluding at the end of this year, and basically our current parking minimum requirements would actually prevent this from continuing in the future. However, the removal of minimum parking requirements would allow restaurants and other uses to permanently convert underutilized parking into more active spaces. Thirdly, parking also creates issues with kind of efficient land use and environmental effects. Obviously, many parking lots aren't the most appealing of places. And they also push destinations further apart, as pedestrians have to walk across vast parking lots to get to buildings, which again decreases the likelihood that they'll walk, bike, or take transit. And parking by itself takes up a lot of space. Calculating for both the parking space itself and then the amount of space needed for kind of circulation. For specific uses, the amount of parking required is almost 8 times the actual use itself. So for instance, for restaurant dining area, for every 1 square foot of restaurant dining area, you need over 8 square feet of area dedicated for parking. And for another example, gym would be about 4 times as much space for the parking as for the gym itself. And lastly, the parking also has an impact on housing affordability, because parking itself is expensive to build and maintain, roughly $34,000 to $75,000 a space, whether you're talking about a structured parking lot or even an underground parking lot. So for example, a 50 space parking garage, that's roughly 1.7 million. It's just spent on the parking and not spent at all on the housing or other use. So even though everybody will advertise, oh, we have free parking, parking is not actually free. The cost shows up everywhere in our lives. Higher higher rent, or roughly 17% of an apartment rent goes to the parking space, even if the specific user may not even have a car, which roughly 1 in 15 people in San Jose does not have a car. Obviously the mentioned is the expensive parking spaces just generally lead to more expensive purchase prices, and also will lead to more expensive goods and services, as the cost of that parking leads to more expensive retail goods and services. So basically, these regulations we have for the city do show what are our priorities. And right now we're kind of prioritizing empty housing for cars over like overcrowded housing for people. So just to emphasize that by removing these mandatory minimum parking requirements, we're not actually removing any existing parking, and it also does not mean parking will not be built. Instead, it allows developers, businesses, and residents to right-size their parking to meet their needs. Large portions of San Jose are car-centric and probably aren't going to change significantly in the near future. In those places, we expect, significant amount of parking will still continue to be built. It'll just be allow the developer or property owner to build what they believe is an adequate amount of parking, not some arbitrary number that was defined by the city in 1965. And, San Jose is far from the only city doing this. Dozens and dozens of cities throughout the US and North America have undertaken this removal of parking minimums, either on a citywide or, on a more regional scope. So just to kind of refresh you on what happened in June, the Planning Commission and council direction provided was that, one, the council wanted us to eliminate mandatory parking minimums citywide. And then there were certain exceptions where the city has contractual parking obligations. Number two was to revise the city's transportation demand management requirements for new developments, with the exception of some certain small infill projects, and to develop an ongoing TDM monitoring program. And then lastly, the council wanted us to do additional engagement with underserved and overcrowded communities, and staff did that in September and October with kind of working with 5 different neighborhood organizations, mostly in the District 7 area. And also the council wanted to hear additional information regarding smart parking recommendations, how the city can expand shared parking, and also evaluate a residential parking permit program. Also, a significant event since this was presented in June was California Assembly Bill AB 2097, which was signed into law by Governor Newsom in late September. This bill prohibited public agencies from imposing minimum parking requirements within a half mile of a major transit stop. And per the existing state definitions, that means an existing rail or bus rapid transit station, or the intersection of 2 major bus routes with a frequency of 15 minutes or more at peak hours. The map on the left here shows basically how that would map out in San Jose. Probably well over a third of the city here is basically prevented from having minimum parking requirements by that existing state law, which will go into effect in January. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Wilson, since the kind of discussion of parking minimums are, half the story. The other part of the discussion is the transportation demand management strategies. Wilson?
Thank you, Ed. Good evening, chairs, planning commissioners. My name is Wilson Tam. I am the Transportation Planning Manager at DOT. And I'm happy to talk about the second half of the story, as Ed mentioned. So removing the mandatory parking minimum requirement is not going to be enough by itself to achieve the city's ambitious climate goals. In order to improve the way that transportation, improve the way that people travel around the city. There is a term called transportation demand management, which is defined as a term for strategies that improve alternative ways to travel around the city and make these alternative modes more competitive as compared to driving. So just by removing the minimum parking requirement is good in terms of not overbuilding parking, but at the same time is very important to improve the transportation environment surrounding the development to make sure that as the future tenants come to occupy the buildings, that driving may not be the only way to get around. So that's why the city staff presented to council in June to present this second half of the story, which is to establish an updated transportation demand management ordinance. So please allow me to take a second to talk about how transportation demand management works today. So we as a city we do have an existing TDM requirement, and this requirement has been bundled under the parking minimum requirement, meaning that when a development today propose to reduce the parking because they don't want to overbuild parking, the city actually would impose additional TDM requirement for them. And this TDM requirement today is pretty vague. It does not have a very clear metric. It's very complicated. It's generally expensive, and it requires the development to hire a consultant to figure out what kind of TDM, if you will, if I may use a short term for this phrase, TDM, to determine what kind of TDM measures are appropriate for a development. And it usually leads to a lengthy negotiation process. And as a result, even though if a development is able to develop a TDM plan that is conditioned, the city does not have a monitoring program over time to ensure that these TDM measures are actually provided to the future tenants. And therefore, oftentimes the TDM measures may not be effectively provided. And in absence of the viable transportation options, future tenants may still decide that driving is the only way to get around the city. So therefore, what staff is proposing as part of this ordinance update is the following. This TDM ordinance would decouple the TDM requirements from the parking reduction. And obviously, because as we are removing the parking minimum requirement, there's nothing to bundle it against, right? So TDM would be required for all larger projects, and they will be consolidated into part of the CEQA as part of the overall transportation review process for the development. This ordinance would create a clearer approach to standardize a TDM plan so that a developer may not need to hire a consultant to figure out what TDM measures will be appropriate. Instead, the city will standardize the process by providing a menu of options and a preset TDM point target to meet the requirement. So instead of having a lengthy report talking about TDM measures, the development would use the menu that the city provided and select the measures that they think would be appropriate for the project with a very facilitating process. So this chart or this slide provides a snapshot of this menu that I just talked about. So there are 30 options in the menu. And when we presented this to council in June, we have not been able to finalize what this menu of options would be about. So over the last few months, we have been, as Ed said earlier, we have been reaching out to many communities in the city to figure out which measures do people think that would be appropriate for the environment, for their surrounding, so that they can be benefiting from some of these measures. So there are 30 options in the menu that the city staff will be proposing to council. And they are categorized into 4 categories here. And one of which is land use. As previously discussed in the last item, there are discussions about supporting more affordable housing. So affordable housing is actually one of the items in the menu to encourage development to go above and beyond the requirement as conditioned as part of the IHO or inclusionary housing ordinance. There are also other measures such as improving the street improvements, street infrastructure, parking related measures such as sharing parking with adjacent buildings or unbundling parking from the sales or the lease of their properties. There's also a category called programmatic measures, and these are measures related to providing subsidies and incentives to encourage people to travel around through other modes. So this is a snapshot of what this process could be like. So it will start off by city staff providing a menu of options to the new development. And secondly, the development would look at the options and choose how they would like to accumulate their requirement. And there is a TDM point target of 25 points that the development needs to meet. And each of the measures has a point value. And they're roughly about 4 points each, more or less, depending on the relative effectiveness of the measures. And then after submitting the TDM plan to the city will review it. And once the city conditions the TDM plan to the development, the development will be required to provide the TDM measures to the future tenants per the TDM plan that has been approved. The city will also establish an ongoing monitoring program to ensure that these TDM measures will be provided to the tenants. So please allow me to use a few examples to show how these so-called like TDM point target works. So let's say a development is subject to 25 point target, as I mentioned. They can do so by choosing to right size their parking. And that means they would have more space to build other things, and they would receive 20 points per the menu of options just by right sizing parking. So that means it will leave them roughly 5 points to meet the remaining part of the TDM requirement. They would go to the menu and choose the measures that they think would meet the remaining 5 points. And it could be a bike share station, which will be worth 2 points, or a transit pass subsidy, meaning that they would provide free transit passes to their future tenants permanently. And that would give them around 4 points. So just by right sizing parking and providing these two types of TDM measures, it will give them 25 or 26 points to meet the city's requirement. Another example is if a development would not like to right size the parking because they think that they need to overbuild parking. They can still do that because we don't have a parking requirement to impose on them. However, they may receive less TDM points because they overbuild parking. So let's say instead of getting 20 points, they may get 10 points by building a certain amount of parking. And city staff has spent the last few months developing what we call the Transportation Analysis Handbook, which gives a lot of details in terms of like how to, what kind of point values are associated with each of the measures, including how much value will be provided to certain types of or certain parking ratios that the development will be proposing. So in this particular case, if a development is only able to get 10 points by the amount of parking that they propose, that means they would have to meet the remaining 15 points. And these three measures are some examples of how they would be able to meet the remaining 15 points. For example, building a bike share station on site, building bike lanes surrounding the development site, providing transit passes subsidies to the future tenants, building street lighting, and also providing safer crossings by improving the intersections. And these things added together to be roughly 15 to 16 points. So hopefully these examples give us some general idea about how this TDM program would look like, as opposed to hiring a consultant, spending thousands of dollars, creating a lengthy document that explains how each of the measures would be appropriate. You know, the city staff has taken a very holistic approach and creating these kind of preset requirement so that like a development would have more certainty as to how to meet the requirement, and also being able to provide a meaningful TDM plan that will benefit the future tenants. So there is a question brought up in council back in June about how this TDM program affect the cost of development, and if so, how? So the city staff has taken a look at this, and in partnership with the Office of Economic Development and the Housing Department, the city has done a cost of development study in the last few months. And the result is that the cost of constructing parking will be much less, as Ed mentioned earlier, right? By right-sizing parking, a developer would not be able to pay as much for building or overbuilding parking. As we are debundling TDM requirements from the parking minimum, a development would not be able to add additional costs per the TDM requirement. So there are cases where a development may pay slightly more for TDM measures, but there are also some cases where a development would not be able to, would not need to pay a lot more for the TDM measures, or because TDM requirement would not be bundled as part of the parking minimum. So by reducing parking, they may not be able to, they would not be required to provide additional TDM requirement. The time it would take a developer to prepare a TDM plan will be much less than before. And also the amount of time that it will take city staff to review a consolidated TDM plan will be less than before. Again, because of the way that is structured, that is, everything is kind of preset, is based on a menu and a preset target. So everything is very flexible, streamlined, and more certain than today. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Ed to summarize this bundle of policies.
Sure. Thanks, Wilson. So just to kind of summarize what the ordinance being proposed is, there's kind of three pieces to it. There's the parking piece of it, which the main part is to eliminate the minimum parking requirements citywide. But there's also some changes to parking design standards, changes to parking definitions, and obviously with the removal of parking minimums, there's also the removal of the exceptions to parking minimums. The TDM section has been significantly revised. It's now kind of its own standalone section, and how it opposes TDM requirements citywide for new developments. You know, that would expand beyond the threshold required by the VMT policy, which is actually the next item on the docket tonight, and also will develop a program for ongoing monitoring and compliance. But thirdly, there's a lot of other kind of associated changes, as parking requirements are very baked into the code right now. Like as I touched on earlier, this change would provide allowance for, you know, what we're calling parking to patio, or continuation of the alfresco program, where at specific sites they could permanently convert their underutilized parking areas into outdoor dining or other active outdoor spaces. And with the kind of removal of parking minimums, it would also expand additional outdoor uses that could occur in parking lots, such as food trucks or other outdoor vending. So just kind of in summary, you know, the city in the past decade has made strong commitments to combat climate change. However, we can't accomplish that by maintaining kind of the status quo in the transportation sector, and eliminating these minimum parking requirements and requiring TDM measures is, you know, really the step we need to take. All right, thank you, and I guess we'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Wilson. Looks like we have a variety of commissioners that would have some questions for you. So we'll start off with Commissioner Lardenois.
Sure. I just have a quick question, and then I'll save the rest for after public comment. So when we're discussing this, you know, TDM menu, or rather what the TDM menu would be when this policy is implemented, or if this policy is implemented, this is all hypothetical, right? Like, sometime later would come like actually ironing out what the menu would be. Is that correct?
Thank you very much. So I'm José. I'm Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. Wilson alluded to the TDM handbook, and that actually does already contain a menu with the points values. Wilson mentioned briefly that the points values are related to the effectiveness in reducing trips based on data from throughout California. And so that is already set, but we will be able to continue to refine it based on data, that continues to evolve both in San Jose and throughout the state.
Right. I just would just let you know that that was included as Exhibit B in your staff report. I know that was a really dense staff report, a lot of stuff to go through. But if you are curious, you can go back and look at that.
Yeah, and my apologies for missing that. Thank you.
Commissioner Cantrell?
Yeah, I'm curious about the point value of affordable housing. How does that work and how do you formulate that?
I think that's a great question. So as we heard about in the last item about the inclusionary housing ordinance, today our ordinance calls for roughly 10 to 15% affordable housing for the low income families. And I think John too also mentioned that, per the existing requirement, a development may not be able to figure out how much affordable housing will be built until the building stage. And so what this TDM policy could do is that at the planning stage, when a development would be able to provide a TDM plan to meet their TDM requirement, there is an affordable housing measure or strategy that says if you are willing to improve above and beyond the IHO requirement, you will be able to get, and if I recall correctly, is like every 5% increase above the existing IHO requirement, you will get 1 point of TDM value. And so, and you can get as many as 4 points. So 5% times 4 equals 20%. So theoretically speaking, a development may be encouraged to say, okay, I am willing to build affordable housing to benefit 35% or 35% of the units will be affordable housing, and they will get 4 points to meet the 25-point requirement. I know that affordable housing is only one of the 30 options that a development can choose. So we cannot know for sure how effective this measure would be in order to encourage more affordable housing. But we just want to acknowledge the fact that we need more housing, and affordable housing is actually a very effective way of reducing automobile traffic, and especially in a transit-rich area such as downtown. So we want to acknowledge that and incorporate that into our menu of options, just to present as an incentive for the development.
I like the approach. I'd like to see you sweeten the pot a little bit and maybe give them a stronger incentive to include more affordable housing. But thank you. And by the way, very well presented, guys. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner Young?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Schreiner, I have a question, and it has to do with the outreach. It sounds like you folks did. I know that when you presented this earlier this year, one of our commissioners raised concerns about how this would impact working people that perhaps don't have an option to ride a bike or take transit. They need a car, to get to work. And they need a place, to park that car when they get to work, right? And then the other thing I think that was mentioned was, how is this going to impact, I think you called it overparked areas. And to me, I'm picturing, higher density, maybe 2 or 3 story apartment buildings, right, in a large confluence on a street where there's just a lot of vehicles parked there. So my question is, what feedback did you get from those groups you talked to, and did you amend or modify the ordinance in any way based on that?
Sure. I would actually say probably a lot of the neighborhoods where there's a lot of on-street parking issues aren't even necessarily what you think of as higher density neighborhoods with 3-4 story apartment complexes, but a lot of them are just single family neighborhoods that were designed and built as single family houses, but the issue is now there's 4 and 5 people living in them. Or not, shouldn't say 4 or 5 people, 4 or 5 families living in them, and out of those 4 or 5 families, there's 7 or 8 cars, which does lead to an overabundance of cars and a lack of supply between being able to park in the driveway and park on street. I don't know that this, we don't necessarily have a solution to that through this ordinance. I don't think this is going to impact that situation negatively or positively. Really, the long-term answer, which isn't really the answer people are looking for, but the truth is that the issue is lack of housing, and by removing this cost barrier of the minimum parking requirements, we're hoping that will incentivize the construction of more housing in the future. Obviously that's kind of something that's going to happen over a longer duration. So that's not an immediate solution now, but that's the hope that that's what comes out of this project, and we get people living in in places that are designed for them rather than a single family house that's designed for one family and is actually hosting 5 families. I don't know, Michael, did you want to?
Well, I wanted to say, I think in response to Commissioner Young's question, so you did do a lot of outreach with some neighborhoods and communities following Planning Commission. Correct me if I'm wrong, I was not there, but with Luna, right? And you met with some of these neighborhoods that are working class. And as a result of feedback, you guys did change the ordinance, correct me if I'm wrong, that one of the things that's proposed is that these older apartment buildings that you see like in Cadillac or in Santee or around San Jose State, they can't reduce their parking below what the parking requirement was in 1965. So the idea is those property owners couldn't take advantage and remove parking and do other things with it, expand the building or put an ADU in, or well, maybe they could under state law, but do other things. They have to keep the parking it's there so the problem doesn't get worse. Isn't that correct?
Right. Yes. Okay. So that's that is one thing that we did do. Is I think a lot of kind of the multifamily that where you do see the parking issues tend to be the multifamily that was constructed in like the 50s and early 60s prior to our modern parking requirements, where maybe there was just 1 space per unit. So yeah, as Michael said, there is requirements that basically for apartment complex or multifamily constructed prior to 1965, they can't reduce their parking below the existing levels.
That's great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. Commissioner Ornelas Wise.
I think so. Great presentation. It was the second time I saw it. I liked it again. I obviously think that this is a good thing, but I also have some questions and some concerns. You mentioned the right size parking to meet the need of whatever is proposed. My concern is, what if there's a change of use or a change of ownership for, a project? Like if it's commercial, for example, what happens then to the parking requirements?
Well, I mean, there are no parking requirements, so I guess I think with the change of use, it'd be up to whoever the new property owner was to decide, whether they wanted to somehow expand their existing parking or modify the building in some other way to better, suit their needs. But ultimately, it's like the city's kind of, getting out of the business of determining how much parking they need. Does that kind of
Yeah.
answer your question or?
Well, I mean, I think it should be on a case by case basis when, there is a change of use or something written into like a deed of trust or something where they know something or they're aware there's a certain process that needs to be evaluated, I guess. I mean, I understand that there is a lot of vacant parking lots throughout the city of San Jose. And I think when these projects come up, I think when it's feasible to actually do these shared parking agreements, I think it's critical. Like when there's like a public school or a vacant commercial large parking lot in the evening next to some housing, I think that's definitely necessary. So instead of just saying, oh no, we're not going to have anything. I mean, the reality is, San Jose still depends on cars, and I think this is really progressive and I think it's fantastic, but we just have to meet the needs of the community. I'm a mom, I go grocery shopping and I have kids I got to take to school. And so I think about families and I think about parents, with kids that, they need to be near wherever the store or whatever, it just needs to be real convenient. And then even elderly, there's a lot of folks that are older that might not have an ADA, a little handicap placard, but have a cane or have some mobility issues. So just things like that, to think about, our community and San Jose residents that are in that situation. And I think, now we have a lot of these ride share stuff, right? And we got a lot of the Uber and Uber Eats and all this stuff and people picking up and dropping off to really accommodate a parking space and requirement if that's, to really accommodate that to happen, almost kind of like a circular driveway. There's been so many pedestrian fatalities in San Jose, and if you want to encourage people to walk, it has to be safe. Like as a parent, I want my child to be safe if they're going to walk or if they're going to ride their bike. And so that's really, really important to me. So that's why sometimes, okay, yeah, we do want to park close. We want to park safe. I also think about, pedestrian safety and also safety for a woman to walk at different hours, right? So lighting is really important to me. Of course, keeping, of course, if you got more people walking, you got more trash, right? And sometimes people want to throw things in the trash, but there's not a trash can. So something as simple as just adding or requiring the developer to add more trash cans along, the pedestrian sidewalk or whatever, lighting, landscaping. So it's actually beautifying something. So those things are important. But it's critical, I think, those parking agreements, because we really, as much as I want to say, okay, no, completely, no parking, I know it's a right size parking, so you're not eliminating the parking. But I just want you to be cognizant of the reality of the families that live in San Jose, and from the smallest, a mother that's expecting, to a mother with a small child or several young children, to an elderly person. So I just want, and I'm sure, all of us have family that either have had young children or elderly parents or whatnot. So I just want you to be sensitive to that when you're creating this, point system, really encourage this and have these conversations. And I'd really like to have that in written agreement in good faith, not just completely eliminate and try to use these parking agreements as much as possible. So thank you.
I think, Michael, you had a question or wanted to comment? Michael Burio.
I just wanted to respond. I think this happens a lot where people, when they hear no parking requirements, they automatically jump to no parking. And I think Ed and Wilson kind of ended their presentation. You really have to separate the concept of no parking requirements does not mean no parking. We do, as you said, Commissioner, Arenas-Wise, we do live in a world where people drive, they need cars, families, seniors, and because of that, there's demand for parking. And so we anticipate that, when there's a demand for parking, there will be parking. And a good example of the market requiring parking and that buildings don't work is a signature project that was built on Capitol Expressway, where the developer built a commercial building as part of their housing project. And there's reasons why they didn't provide, they reduced the parking level to what was below required by code, and it was light rail, and we thought that was very exciting because we're planners, right? And they did that, of course, because they're minimizing space because they want to build housing. That's the moneymaker, but I'm putting that aside. So they built the building, and what they found is nobody would lease the building. They can't find anybody to rent it. And then they went back and said, we don't want to build the other building because there's not enough land to get the parking in. We can't rent these buildings. And then it gets into another dialogue, which I won't get into now. But the point is that when the market needs parking and you don't provide it, you can't rent your tenant space to a retailer or a medical office. You're going to have a hard time renting your apartment. So I just want to separate those two things. And developers for new development can't get financing from Wall Street or from capital markets if they don't do parking. Developers are not pioneers; they are followers. They follow the market, and we have had developers that have proposed no parking near Diridon in downtown, and those projects have not been able to get financing because people that finance are risk adverse, and so they don't create markets; they follow markets. So I think it's important to understand that, because if we're successful with this approach, there will still be lots and lots of parking out there. And over time, as there's more transportation options, that parking we anticipate will start to go down, but it'll go down in concert with what the market is demanding in terms of its transportation needs. So I just want to kind of point that out.
Any follow-up question there, Commissioner Ornelas-Wise?
No, thank you. No, I mean, I studied urban planning. I mean, this is what needs to happen. I agree with it. I just want whoever, when you sit down with the developer, just to just be sensitive to the community's needs. Thank you.
Great. I saw Ramses. You had your hand up. I don't know if it was related.
I'll just keep it really short because I know we're running real long here. This is part of a much larger swath of transportation planning and policies that are going forward right now. Actually, we just passed a citywide transportation plan. We had a downtown plan, transportation plan adopted last night at council. The issues you're bringing up about safety and ensuring that there actually is access, like curb management. You're talking about a lot of curb management issues and what you were bringing up. All of these things are being thought about at the larger scale and really being processed right now. So I'm just going to leave it there because I think if you're a student of urban planning, you know what I'm talking about already. Just saying all of that work is going on and only certain parts of it reach you in the Planning Commission, but there's a lot of other policies and plans coming forward from the transportation side that are kind of capturing a lot of the worries that you're bringing up. And we very much appreciate that you're bringing those up.
Thanks, Ramses.
Thank you.
Ed, early on in your presentation, you had a variety of uses that require parking and you had schools on there. But I'm under the impression that public schools, there are no parking requirements by the city. It would only be a private school.
That's correct. Yeah, that would just, we only deal with imposing our regulations on private schools, correct?
And I didn't see that readily available, but would an existing private school or new private school not have parking requirements either? Or those stay in place?
No, they would not have, no uses would have parking requirements.
Got it. And then, so for uses that have had to do shared parking agreements, private shared parking agreements, would there be no reason for those participants, those parties to continue that shared parking agreement?
There wouldn't be a change to existing entitlements, right? So if something's already under existing entitlement, they wouldn't, unless they were coming in for a change of their entitlement, that wouldn't undo the past.
So let's say I'm a restaurant, and at the time the city said you need to have so many parking spaces per square foot or tables. And to get approval, I had to go pay a private party with an agreement to pay for parking spaces for my staff or customers. For those that are in existence today, should this policy be come into effect, do those agreements are no longer required by the city?
They would stand until they came in for a new permit.
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is I think like going forward, if that kind of situation re-ups itself, it's at that point it is, on the, the business owners to say, well, do my customers still need that parking? And if they do, they come to an agreement with the other landowner. It's between the two private entities, like the city's not getting involved in it. If they feel that if they don't need that anymore, and whatever development permit is no longer in effect, they can, they can, I guess, go away with it. But I mean, if there's an existing a special use permit for offsite parking, that use permit is recorded with the property, so it's in effect, regardless of what happens with this ordinance. They would have to, if they did want to open it up and go through a new development review process, yes, they could change that. But what's in effect now would continue to stay in effect without new development.
Okay. And then Michael, did you have a question or your hand's still up from last time? Nope. Okay. And then so continuing there, so now if I want to change from a chiropractic office or a law office in a neighborhood business district, and I want to now have a restaurant there, in the past, you'd have to go find the parking, but you're telling me now going forward, there would be no requirement on that different use in the neighborhood business or to have any required parking. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then on AB 2097, although it's not effective till January 1st, I believe, if we did nothing, it sounds like AB 2097 would do part of what we're looking at doing as a city. Is that correct?
It doesn't
Yes,
come with
that's
the
correct.
TDM elements.
What was that, Ramses?
Sorry, it doesn't come with the TDM elements. That's the other side of the coin that we're trying to do.
Okay, so Ramses, from your professional opinion, then, do you think AB 2097 kind of falls up short, that it doesn't have a TDM policy with it?
As we came forward to think about removing parking minimums throughout the city, we felt like it was unfair to the citizens to not have the other side of the coin, which is to start developing support for the other modes in the same move. So my professional answer is yes.
Okay, that's great. And then for the TDMs that we do have in place, and I just wanted to confirm, I heard in the presentation, the city really doesn't have a compliance mechanism to make sure the TDM is actually implemented as directed or as envisioned?
There's sort of differing levels. If the TDM is a parking reduction TDM, then yeah, we don't really have a mechanism in place. It would more be we'd evaluate it based on a complaint saying that, oh, hey, they're not doing that, and we'd investigate, but we don't have any ongoing monitoring. If the TDM is actually like a CEQA mitigation coming out of the VMT policy, then we do have like a mitigation monitoring. And in that case, there is kind of ongoing monitoring, but establishing this program would consolidate these two things under one program and also kind of help fund that work as well.
Okay, and assuming new construction, is TDM at the time of building permit?
Sorry, do you mean the figuring out of what the TDM is done much earlier than that, but the requirements start at that, I believe at that time, is that right, Ed?
The actual like the monitoring aspect of it obviously doesn't go into effect until the building is occupied. The TDM itself would be established at the development permit stage, with some ability to modify certain programmatic elements later on down the line through administrative permit process. That's one of the changes that's proposed in the ordinance, to give some flexibility, as we heard from developers, some concern over committing to a specific programmatic element before they actually know who their tenant's going to be. So we did try to bake in the ability to allow for some flexibility for the developers to adjust TDMs, when they actually have their tenant identified.
So similar to the inclusionary housing ordinance, it provides the flexibility for the developer to figure out those details of financing, et cetera. The TDM provides the flexibility as well to manage, the specifics of their specific tenant, et cetera.
Correct. And I think like there's a few different iterations of TDM that, I mean, some TDM would be locked in at the development review stage. So your parking supply, that's pretty much locked in. If there's any TDM that's a result of CEQA mitigation, that's kind of locked in at the development permit stage. And there's probably some cases where a developer might agree to a specific TDM just because of significant community interest in that specific TDM, and that could be baked in at the development permit stage. But the idea is that to some degree we want to allow flexibility for programmatic elements. Again, because a lot of places are kind of built on spec, and the developers, at the time of development, don't really know who their tenants are going to be.
Got it. And then a lot of cities, dots were on the map about other cities doing the same thing. Whether it's you, Ed, or someone else, or Jessica, which city do you feel that resembles San Jose's suburban nature did this maybe X number of years ago, and you feel from anecdotal or statistical that it's really making good progress?
That's a great question. We could certainly put the map back up, but one that we looked into with the support of ULI back, during some of the formative work here was Seattle. And while Seattle is not, entirely suburban, Seattle has very varied landscape, right, across it. And so we really looked at their the record, right? How much parking were people continuing to build? How much less were they building? How much more affordability? How much was getting passed along to the tenants or the users of the space in terms of cost reduction? That's one that definitely stood out to me. I don't know if any of the project team has another example that stood out to them as well.
Yeah, and I would just kind of echo on Jess's discussion of Seattle. Obviously, admittedly, one of the issues is that this is, it's somewhat new push. Probably, the oldest cities maybe did this little over a decade ago. So there's not, a huge amount of development that's occurred since this time frame. But I mean, what was found in Seattle was, housing continued to be developed. Parking continued to be built with that housing, but it was slightly less than like the parking that would have been built under the previous requirements. So I think that's the message.
Okay, and I would argue that. Go ahead, Mike.
Minneapolis also did the same thing, that's seeing similar results. That parking is going down in increments versus kind of it disappearing or something like that.
Cool. Yeah, I'd argue probably San Jose has more bikeability than Seattle based on the hills, but I'm not a resident there to know the whole topography, but that's what I noticed when I was there. One comment I would like to make when we heard this item prior, I mentioned reaching out to neighborhood associations would be good. And I can only go with the neighborhood association I'm a board member of, but no one reached out to us to share about this policy. So just putting it out there, I think that, neighborhood associations would probably be a decent place to vet some of these ideas, or at least share them. And then on urban villages, so pick your urban village, let's say Bascom Avenue. So are we saying then that there will be, I don't know, what percentage, I'd find this, I was going to say what percentage of decrease in parking, or is it literally zero parking for a new development that comes forward in an urban village? Let's say it's a mixed use building that contains some limited commercial and, housing density of, 80 to 100 units an acre. So is that zero parking?
Well, the requirement is zero in our code, right? But we would anticipate that the developer will be building parking for kind of the reasons I touched upon.
Right, for the market and for the lender.
Yeah. And we,
Okay.
again, we've had developers downtown in Iredell propose zero parking and they can't get financing. So I think proposing parking on Bascom Avenue is going to be even harder to get financing.
Yeah, no sweat. No, I'm just trying to share some scenarios. I appreciated, I don't know if it was Ed or Wilson's scenario of building out the a surface parking lot, asphalt parking lot into other uses, and then, you know, the trade-offs of TDM. And then Wilson or anyone else, I think is it called the transit wallet as part of the TDM options?
Yeah, thank you. So mobility wallets is the name.
That's it.
Yeah, it is actually a wallet. It's a virtual wallet that includes a wide variety of options, such as like bike share subsidy pass or a transit pass. It depends on the, you know, it's actually more effective than just one single type of subsidy, because different tenants may have different needs. So this mobility wallet provides the options for people to choose. For those who would like to ride transit, they can use the transit passes. Or for those who would like the bike share memberships, because it's very expensive, they can use those as well. So
does it include ride share?
Ride
does it
share
include
is
like
also,
your Uber and Lyft?
It could also be one of the options in the wallet.
Okay, I think that's really interesting. My apologies on all the questions. I just know this was a significant topic last time we came, and I wanted to be able to ask some of these questions. Oh, and if on Wilson, on a TDM, if I want to say, please build a bike share on my property, the bike share I would be building would be of the kind that's being used in San Jose. It wouldn't be a one-off. It would be part of the network of the city's official provider.
Yes, so in the handbook, it specifies different types of bike share stations that could be built. A development could choose to build a bike share station on site. And then additional points can be given if that bike share station is actually provided on the street as part of the network. So it gives a lot of options. And again, the point is that after hearing from the neighborhood associations that we reach out to, or some neighborhood associations that we reach out to, you know, there's a lot of concerns or support for some of these measures be made available to the surrounding neighborhood as well. So that it's not just the future tenants who could benefit from these measures. So therefore we provide some kind of additional incentives that if a development would like to build the bike share station, for example, in not only on site, but also in the surrounding areas, such as at the corner of a street, that may be an existing community member can also benefit from. They would actually be, they may get additional TDM points as well.
So to be clear, the bike share is not a bike rack. It's a bike that can be utilized again for multiple trips. And you're saying if it's put on the street, they get more points because more people can use it. But if I don't want to get too much into detail, but because you had that diagram up there of the parking lot, and if I wanted to convert the one parking space to shared parking, pardon me, a shared bike scenario, even though it's on private property, members of the public could still utilize it. That would be fine. That could work out as well. It's not behind a fence or anything, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for putting up with all my questions. Very appreciate it. Commissioner Young?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's really important for us to realize that this proposal doesn't force anyone to do anything, right? What it does is it gives the option to the developer to provide as much or as little parking as they feel is necessary for their project. You know, as Michael mentioned, the market's going to drive part of that, but I think getting the city out of the business of requiring a minimum amount of parking is a good thing. And I like the other changes a lot. I like the simplification of the TDM process, the manual. I know that part of it was adopting a countywide standard on how TDM study. I think that's terrific. The more we can do regionally is a really good thing. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendation.
Commissioner, do you think we could hold off till we take public comment? And I'll come right back to you.
Yes, absolutely.
That is correct.
Okay. Great. So we'll move on to, unless Commissioner Lardenois, did you want to say something?
I was actually going to bring up public comment. Yeah, I think most of the people here are here for this item. So,
Okay, great. So staff, let's move on to public comment. I think there's
Karen
11.
Rosenberg, go ahead.
Yep.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Karen Rosenberg, and I'm an advocacy associate at Greenbelt Alliance. Greenbelt has been working on and advocating for this ordinance for the last 3 years, and we are thrilled that we have finally reached this moment. City staff have put forth an incredible ordinance that removes mandatory parking minimums, updates the city's TDM requirements, and develops a program for ongoing monitoring and compliance. As you can see in the ordinance, staff have been extremely responsive to community and council concerns related to shared parking, modernized payment systems, and overcrowding. As you may know, AB 2097 removes parking minimums statewide, but does not require any TDM. If this ordinance is not passed, it will reduce the city's leverage to get anything out of the development beyond parking. In order to address our housing crisis, it's critical to go beyond AB 2097 and increase the number of viable transportation options, hence why it's so important for the city to create the TDM strategies. On the TDM side, we think it's wonderful that equity measures like transit passes for the nearby low-income communities count for 2 times the points. Due to the annual reporting and metrics, there's also a lot of opportunity to expand and improve upon the TDM system in the future. San Jose has ambitious climate and housing goals that cannot be met without addressing parking minimums. This is an incredible ordinance, and if San Jose really wants to meet its climate smart goals, I urge you to approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Allie Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition and as a San Jose resident to speak in strong support of the parking and TDM ordinance. Across our state, more than 97% of cities and counties have been unable to produce enough affordable housing. If we are going to take our state's housing crisis seriously, we need to use every tool in the tool belt to build more housing. We are raising money to fund more affordable housing, but cities and developers are running into challenges with these antiquated parking requirements. This means we are getting less housing and even less affordable housing. This policy will not reduce existing parking in existing neighborhoods, but allow for more affordable housing to be built over time. A 2020 study found that in affordable housing, 1 parking space per unit increases costs by 12.5%, and 2 spaces increase costs up to 25%. 1 in 10 households that rent their units do not own cars. That's over 12,000 households in San Jose that pay for parking that they do not use. Just want to thank the Commission and planning staff for your tireless efforts to ensure positive and sustainable climate and housing outcomes for our communities. This is incredible policy. Really excited to see this move forward. Please support the staff's recommendation tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Allie. Next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Erica Pinto, SJ Planning Policy Manager with SPUR. I'm joining many others in speaking in support of the parking and TDM ordinance reform before you today. We truly appreciate the work done by city staff to engage the community, evaluate options, and propose strong actions to address the impacts of mandatory parking in San Jose. As we've heard in the presentation and discussion today, these changes have the potential to address longstanding policy issues related to parking minimum requirements that curtail the city's goals to make housing more affordable, build density and support public transit, and advance the city as an environmental leader. The city needs to adapt to meet the existing land use challenges and pursue bold actions in order to shape the city around people instead of cars. The fact is that parking mandates force builders to construct costly garages before putting up apartments. The ordinance reforms the city's approach, solves for many of these longstanding issues, and provides greater options for developers and businesses. It also takes a step further in establishing an administrative permitting process for the conversion of parking spaces into other outdoor uses, essentially codifying the city's al fresco outdoor dining private parking lot initiative. This program was a lifeline to businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic and has proven to be overwhelmingly popular. The changes in this ordinance provide a path for businesses to determine if they would like to remove parking spaces in favor of expanding their footprint, and in doing so, also activate outdoor space and set the stage for livelier streets. This ordinance will ensure that parking policy aligns with what most people want, which is more and cheaper housing, less driving and traffic congestion, and walkable neighborhoods. SPUR supports this ordinance and thanks you for your time.
Thank you, Erica.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sangeeta Sarkar, and I'm an organizer at Save the Bay. I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to give comment tonight, and I'm also speaking in support of the parking policy ordinance. This ordinance is aligned with Save the Bay's goals of equitable climate resilience, and we believe it will help San Jose meet its ambitious climate goals. From an environmental perspective, this parking ordinance will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions from single occupancy vehicle trips. Data shows that transportation accounts for nearly 50% of San Jose's greenhouse gas emissions, with 75% of trips taken by private vehicles. Because of its emissions reduction benefits, the removal of parking minimums is aligned with Climate Smart San Jose and its goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. Removing parking minimums will also help protect the bay from polluted runoff. Parking lots tend to be large paved areas that increase polluted stormwater runoff, negatively impacting water quality in San Jose's creeks, rivers, and ultimately the bay. These large lots also reduce the livability of cities, decrease walkability, and take up space that could better serve the community. This parking ordinance is equitable, data-driven, and will move San Jose towards its climate goals. On behalf of Save the Bay, I'd like to reiterate my support for this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shiloh Ballard, and I am the Executive Director of the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. And I also have something in common with you all, and that is that I used to be on the Planning Commission. So thank you all for serving the city in this capacity and for your dedication to public service. What I wanted to say is that this is really exciting. When I was on the Planning Commission, and I first got on in 2015 and then left around 2020, 2021, we were having these conversations. And so it's super exciting to see things finally coming to fruition. I also wanted to say y'all have done a great job providing feedback, and staff has gone out into the community. And based on the staff at DOT and planning who have been leading this, I am very, very confident that this is thorough, thoughtful, intentional. There's great staff in DOT with Jessica and Ramses and Michael Brio in planning, and I'm probably forgetting a few other folks. But I wanted to just highlight one particular piece, and that is the monitoring piece. When we were originally talking about this years and years ago, it was like, oh, we have developers can come forward with a TDM plan, but are they gonna, is there any enforcement of it? Not really. So it's really nice to see the city moving in that direction. It's not perfect, but I just wanted to emphasize the importance of that particular piece of things, that the city be reflecting, evaluating, monitoring, and iterating and adjusting as we go forward. And the last thing I'll say in my 10 seconds left is that hurry up and do this. It has taken way too long. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Shiloh.
Hey, good evening, commissioners and staff. This is Alex Shore, co-founder and executive director of Catalyze SV, joining a coalition of community advocates and organizations extremely supportive of this policy. Our members, as you know, score development projects every month. And when we do, we frequently hear from developers about how much parking they have to build because it's required. And we know how much that takes away from the housing and community benefits that we have a much greater need for in San Jose that some of you have been talking about tonight in this meeting. By approving this policy tonight. You are merely codifying the direction that you, the Planning Commission, and the City Council have already overwhelmingly taken to create a better policy that will balance the different ways of getting around. I think Michael Brio made a very, very important point, which is people will continue to drive in this city, and this policy doesn't change that fact. What it does offer is more flexibility to get more of what we need built, and to more flexibility and more encouragement for folks to get around in different ways. That's the benefit of the TDM half of this policy, is to, just as we encouraged for decades and decades cars, now we can encourage public transit and walking and biking and ride share and car share and scooters and all the technologies to come. So very much appreciate the great questions you all asked tonight. Let's keep moving this policy forward so we can move our city forward.
Thank you, Alex.
Hey, Catherine Hedges, can you unmute yourself and begin to speak?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the request to speak. Yeah, my name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a member of Catalyze SV, and I echo everything that Alex said and the other speakers. The time is right for this policy, and I would just like to offer some testimony as a tenant in downtown affordable housing. We have a 0.5 parking ratio. We have VTA smart passes, and we're going to be getting some new kind of pass that lets us go anywhere Clipper is accepted, except the cable cars. And this works well for our building. We don't, it would have increased the cost of this building. I forget the numbers, but it would have cost a lot more to build twice as much parking to have one space per unit. And we're doing pretty well at 0.5. I think management is using a few more spaces than they ought to, but a lot of people in our building don't have cars. They don't need cars. We're a few blocks from groceries and just 2 blocks from a major VTA stop in front of City Hall. So we're living in the future here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Marley.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Marley Smith, Director of Transportation Policy at Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'd like to share our support for staff's recommendations for the parking and TDM ordinance update. The Silicon Valley Leadership Group is proud to have co-sponsored AB 2097 for several reasons, including the reduced cost of building housing, when a parking lot is not required to be factored into the cost of a housing unit, and parcels proposed for development can dedicate more of that land on site to housing instead of parking lots. Additionally, these parking minimums have had unintended consequences on tree canopy and water runoff. When we build out parking, it should be just because it's necessary, not mandated. This policy is not implementing a maximum allowable parking limit, but rather allows property owners to determine the right size for their needs. Additionally, this allows businesses to have more flexibility with buildings they can use without being constrained by parking minimums, removing a strain on small businesses. The improvements to TDM programs are critical and ensure that we have measurable data to ensure that we are meeting our 2040 climate goals of EMT reduction, as well as a predictable system for property owners to work with. We urge your support on this item, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Marley. Lalo or Layla?
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Lalo Mendez from Catalyze SV. I'm here today to show support from item 5B. Just as my colleague Alex Shore alluded, we're an organization that is made up of community members from San Jose and throughout the Silicon Valley. And for those commissioners who might be new, we evaluate and provide feedback on residential and mixed-use projects every month. And two key elements that our members really focus on are density, provide as many homes as possible, as you're allowed, especially affordable homes, and also transportation. This means challenging developers to get creative about the technologies and services which will directly benefit residents and incentivize them to get away from single vehicle trips, which contributes so much to gas emissions and daily traffic. So this policy will ensure that new developments provide a robust set of alternatives, which include transit passes, offsite street improvements, designated rideshare areas, and other ways for developers to have the freedom to get creative and enhance their transportation plans. And this results in buildings which are better connected and more conducive to pedestrian uses. And just as important, the TDM monitoring mechanism is needed. It is strongly needed just to ensure that there is compliance with the program. We heard today from staff that some of these policies have not been updated since the 1960s. So it is time to get with the times and update this outdated policies. I strongly urge you to support the TDM staff recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lalo.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. This is Kendra Ma. I'm the policy analyst at Transform, and we're asking you to approve this ordinance because it supports more equitable ways to live and get around while promoting strategies for walkable communities with excellent transportation choices. And I'm particularly thrilled that equity is prioritized through this ordinance and that it awards twice the number of points for providing transit passes for nearby low-income communities. And this is important because we know communities need public transportation to access critical services and the resources to improve their quality of life. And we're also excited that the ordinance is including shared use parking and unbundled parking. Currently, we're working with a tech tool called Parkade, and they've shown that, which the tool basically makes unbundling and shared parking easier, but they've shown that you can really dramatically reduce parking demand as much as 20%. And not only does this mean reduce spillover, but it can allow for maximizing space for additional homes that's much needed during our housing crisis. So I echo the sentiments of so many of the people that spoke before me, and please approve of this ordinance to support a more vibrant and affordable city. Thank you.
Jean, if you could unmute your device.
Good evening. I'm Jean Dresden, and I'm commenting today on two things. One, yes, there are developers who have fallen into the difficulty with being asked to have more parking. I watched one fight with a council member in an entitlement hearing who wanted him to use shared parking, and the developer highlighted that he had a project on Saratoga Avenue he couldn't rent because he was forced to have shared parking. So he stood up for his case and he built parking that he needed for his project. But I also want to highlight that I hope there will be design features encouraged to allow for older people like myself. In the old days, I bicycled everywhere and took buses and trains. But about 3 months ago, I discovered I can't do the leap from the sidewalk onto the lowest bus step even when the bus kneels for me. So I am now restricted to only using cars and rides. And what I've discovered is that we have no parking enforcement. And if I'm dropped off, I'm sometimes not very close to where I need to go. I can still walk pretty well and pretty far, but I can see the horizon where I'm not going to be able to. And one of my colleagues in another neighborhood points out there's a senior complex where there's no drop-off zone within the building and the sidewalk is always covered in parking. And so these elderly folks are walking long distances when they're dropped by their Lyft or Uber. And some of them are not traveling out of their homes very often because the distance is too far when they're tired. So I'm hoping that there'll be a design that will include parking within the building that's at least more protected than that which is on the street.
Thank you, Jean.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. It is such a pleasure to hear Jean's voice. Such a pleasure. I love hearing her voice and the perspectives that she holds. I respect her as a member of my community. I'm glad that I share the city with her. However, there was nobody addressed what Commissioner Wise had stated, and that's why it's important that we have women on these councils. She thought about exactly what it is that we expect of women to bring to these conversations. She thought about the community. She thought about the elders. She thought about the children in very, very practical ways. If you noted, people like Alex Shore and all the rest of the people, they all sounded the same. All the same. And also, I'd like to check anyone that presumes to speak for the poor when they have never grown up in a red line district. Keep your comments to yourself. We don't need you to speak for us. We can speak for ourselves. And so what I want to point out is a concrete example of the corruption that's going on in the city. That development that's going on Bascom Avenue, which is maybe 20 feet away from the light rail station, has 600 parking slots. 600, okay? And it's a market rate housing development. Okay, because you guys don't care. What you're doing is you're squeezing. Can't you see? Can't you see how nobody is addressing what Commissioner Wise had stated? We're Chicanos. We're Mexicanos. We're driving construction. We're just trying to survive, man. We're just trying to survive. And these policies, the way that you're creating it, is going to squeeze us and it's going to kill us. You can kill somebody through a policy. What do you think redlining was about? Redlining was to make sure that the resources in the city were allocated only to particular people that were white and affluent. And the others were going to be used as a slave class, a second-class citizenry.
Thank you, Paul.
Matthew Reed, go ahead and unmute your
Yes,
device.
good evening, commission staff. Matthew Reed, Director of Policy at Silicon Valley at Home. You know, I've been listening. It's getting late. You've heard all of the really salient points, so I'll be very, very short. This is really important work. It's been significant effort and a tremendous success, I think, at this point for city staff. We're very pleased that equity has been prioritized. We just want to acknowledge that this is an approach which allows and incentivizes for further progress. It's forward-looking. It's not immediately constraining. It's visionary, and we appreciate the work that's been done.
Thank you, Matthew. And I think we are back to the commission, and I believe I had said I was going to call on Commissioner Young first. Is Commissioner Young still around?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. Any comments, other comments, Commissioner Young, with the motion?
No, thank you.
Okay, and then moving, Commissioner Lardenwah had his hand up first.
Sure. So yeah, I think both the chair and some members of the public made an interesting point about how, to a large extent, this is already happening because of AB 2097, and there's an opportunity here to improve upon that with these TDM requirements. And I just want to explore that a little further. I mean, looking at the AB 2097 map that was in the staff report, it's really similar to the map of all the city's planned growth areas, isn't it? Was that accurate to say?
Yes.
Yeah, and then also, I mean, just I know I'm reiterating basic things here, but like the general plan and other city policies are designed to funnel infill development overwhelmingly into those planned growth areas, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And so the reason I'm bringing that up is because even though, you know, this proposed policy would be citywide, it seems to me that to the extent that it applies to infill development, it would be very similar boundaries to what the state law would be mandating. And I think in areas outside of that, I'm just guessing here, and staff, you tell me if you have the same opinion, that like outside those areas, probably the main relevance of this policy would be to like changing uses, like the restaurant example in the staff presentation. Would you say that's your thinking as well? Like where there's a change in land use without a development?
Most likely, yeah. There could be some smaller scale development or redevelopment of a strip center into a new strip center or something, but we're not expecting significant new development in those areas outside of growth areas.
Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And then I've got some just kind of random points I want to touch on. So it's, you know, when I was looking at Exhibit B, thank you for pointing me that direction from the staff report and how TDM works. And so I'm somewhat familiar with the existing TDM structure and how it's like broken down of like there's certain things for residential versus commercial uses. And I see, is that kind of analogous here where it's like home end uses, commute end uses, visit end uses? Is that sort of like it's the point values differ by the type of land use? Is that accurate?
It's not so much the point values, it's more the actual TDMs that like obviously like work from home has no applicability to like a retail use or something like that. But I guess the only thing I mean worth mentioning is that there are kind of like the other / industrial type uses. There's actually just a 5-point level for those uses, as the kind of the parking supply is for those uses are just kind of excluded from the equation because like to some degree they tend to be very different, and TDM programs have like maybe not as great an impact on them.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I think the distinction between different types of land uses and what measures make sense for each is really important. And I bring it up because one criticism I have of the current TDM structure in city ordinance is that hotel uses are treated the same, to my understanding, as every other type of commercial use. And I think that's not necessarily good policy because they are a very unique type of land use. And so I'm curious, under the new rules proposed here, are those distinguished in a significant way? And if not, I'd suggest that be explored.
Right. So to some extent, we did consider that. We actually do call out specifically. We have hotels as their own. There's a specific threshold from hotels that's different for other uses. For instance, we set the minimum threshold for like a hotel to trigger this program at 150 rooms. However, like as to the kind of the menu, I mean, I'll agree with you that a lot of those TDM, programmatic things may not work so well for hotels. So what we didn't mention, but is within the code is there's what we call the user defined TDM program, or the choose your own adventure TDM programs, where basically the developer goes through a specific process and identifies the specific type of TDMs that would work for them that maybe aren't in our menu, and as long as they can kind of provide the data that they would have the kind of equivalent effect of what's in our menu, there's kind of that can be approved through the development process as what we call the user defined TDM strategy.
Gotcha. So basically they have to, like, as part of the accountability that you're talking about, they have to actually demonstrate that like it makes sense for their use.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, because not to get into the weeds too much, but I know there was a hotel project fairly recently where I felt that the developer picked TDM measures that really only made sense for the hotel's employees, who are a minority of the users of a hotel. or rather users of the property rather. Okay, thank you. And then another question that came to my mind during this discussion. So it was discussed in the staff presentation that when parking is bundled with an apartment, for example, that it's not really free because that ends up just getting built into the cost of renting that apartment. I'm curious how that works when parking is bundled with an affordable apartment, because the rent of an affordable apartment is dictated by AMI. So does that just become a cost that the operator of the apartment building is just eating, or how does that, in your analysis, how does that work in that situation?
Yeah, that would just be a cost because they can only charge so much rent based on AMI and the restrictions. So that's just a cost that they have to incur and maybe get additional financing to make their project work.
Yeah, just to add to what Michael was saying, a lot of that comes out of the capital cost for the parking, right? So that's additional state funding or federal funding or tax increment or tax credit programs, excuse me, right? That need to underwrite the parking cost.
Okay. And to oversimplify what is not a simple situation, would you say it's accurate then that how do I put this? What it seems like to me is that bundled parking has a greater impact on the cost of development for affordable housing than it does for market rate housing?
I think it's felt differently, right? In the case of once upon a time, I worked for an affordable housing developer. It's quite a while ago at this point, but the amount of different sources you have to stack and the amount of each of those sources, that's what you feel the impact in for the affordable projects. And on the market rate side, perhaps you can figure out how to, add it to your pro forma over time so that more of it is passed on to your tenants, but it's still a cost and you still have to get it, in hand for the beginning.
Right. And I mean, I'm not trying to say that passing the cost to, one, to the tenant versus to the, source of funding, or that one is necessarily more morally acceptable than the other. But it seems like, there's a really different impact there that's not so simple. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think that's all my questions. I want to say that I am going to be voting yes on the motion. It makes it a lot easier to say, as I mentioned earlier, that this is already happening in state law, and it's really a matter of how can we work within that to get the best result for San Jose, but then also just more broadly on top of that, it's really disappointing to me how few places in San Jose are truly walkable. I live here in West San Jose. This is where I grew up. It's one of the big reasons I came back here later in life. And it's really disappointing that there's not really anywhere on the west side right now that I would consider a walkable community. You really have to go, for the most part, that's downtown and a few other scattered areas. And the parking aspect of it is a huge element because not only just induced demand, but as was talked about in the presentation, when all that space for parking pushes things further apart. And so it makes it a lot harder for walking to be a form of transportation that is viable to get around. And I'm really excited to see over time how this kind of policy change could impact what getting around in San Jose looks like. I don't think it's going to be a change that happens in a huge way very soon, because we already have this built environment that was built a certain way and has a lot of parking, and it's going to be a long time before infill development slowly changes that. I think it's probably going to be very late in my life before it's a dramatic change for the city. But I'm excited for that future and the possibilities that it brings. So I'll end it there and let the rest of the commission discuss, but I'll be voting yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Larenwan. I certainly hope you'll update your background photo that has the completed buildings. I continue to look at this construction project, which I know is no longer accurate.
If staff has an updated photo, I would love to put it as the background.
Thank you. Commissioner Barroso.
Perfect, thank you. I'll keep mine brief. A question for staff. Is this 5B related in any way to the next one, 5C? And if so, in what way is there overlap, or is there some contingencies on how we vote?
They're not contingent in your voting, but the policies overlap in terms of both our parts of the way that we process development projects around their transportation impacts on the city. We've made sure that the two line up in important places, such as threshold, like small projects, which would or wouldn't be applicable under the different policies line up. We've made sure that the TDM measures that are being talked about here are also then being used within the CEQA process and are properly accounted for in that other element. Together, they really help advance affordable housing in the city. You'll see in the next presentation how that works from that side. You'll see as we work through that and how that relates back here. We're doing a lot through this process to help affordable housing. Those are some of the ways they overlap.
Okay, and would you say that both moving forward would complement each other, but at the same time, if one or the other was not to move forward, each of them would be able to go forward on their own? Yeah, lights went out on my side.
Yeah, I would say that is correct. They can each go forward on their own. I would only echo, a couple of the things that we're proposing with this first change for parking and TDM. If those aren't done, then our systems for TDM won't line up as well as we've been discussing tonight. But it's not contingent.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Barroso. Commissioner Rosario.
Yeah, just very quickly, just wanted to say, like everything about this, especially the parts that are tied to the general plan. Like Chuck said, we'd love to sweeten the pot and whatnot, but things that are tied to making the city safer for bicyclists and multimodal transportation, I'm very much in favor of. So thank you so much.
Great. Does that conclude discussion? I think it does. We have a motion. We have a second. Commissioner Lardenois.
Yes.
Commissioner Alawalia, absent. Commissioner Barroso.
Yes.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes.
Commissioner Casey.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Ornelas Wise.
Yes.
Commissioner Young.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosario.
Yes.
Myself, yes. And I think we'll post the vote. Okay, we're going to take a slight break here and be back at 9:48. item 5C, GPT 22-006. Amend City Council Transportation Analysis Policy 5-1 to streamline environmental review under the Vehicle Miles Traveled, VMT. Staff has a presentation. And before staff starts, I'd like to ask the question. Under the previous item, under TDM, it came twice to the Planning Commission. And I'm curious, would this return to Planning Commission?
No, this is a simple update for a policy that's already standing.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Ramses Madhu, Division Manager of Planning Policy and Sustainability. Let me share the presentation here. All right, there we go. Just making sure everybody's seeing the right window here. All right.
Yes.
All right. We are talking about the update to Council Policy 5-1. I'm excited to bring this to you right after we did the retreat and kind of give you guys a basic primer on what this policy is. And let's see if I can get this done. There we go. So policy quickly, we were the 4th city in the state to progress this policy. We adopted it back in February 2018. The basic idea of the policy, as we talked about at the retreat, was to establish vehicle miles traveled as our CEQA metric for transportation analysis and removed level of service. This aligned us with state requirements and did a lot to align us with city general plan goals and the like. It brought us to really think about transportation impacts at a regional level, which also means mitigations can be done at that level, and thinks about transportation impacts within the environmental, public health, and access realms instead of just travel times, and is really intended to promote infill development, particularly near transit. It's a bit late to speak. All right, here we go. All right, so we're going to do this quick. So VMT policy update. Why are we here? For 2 reasons. One, when we passed the rule in the first place, when we did 5-1, we put in a clause saying, please come back to Planning Commission and Council with updates once the cities around us have all adopted these rules, as well as we got some experience under our belt to see if there are some things that we might need to change to make this very new policy work better for San Jose. So we're here for that reason. And as we were asking ourselves, what are the things that could work better in this policy? The direction we went in is, how do we help this progress housing that much faster, that much better, support that the needed housing? And then we went through some technical updates as well that we'll touch on very briefly that are more kind of staff oriented. So on the housing promotion front for general market rate housing, we've streamlined CEQA for more market rate housing near transit. And we're also making sure that any housing project that is allowed under the general plan, meaning it is in the zoning or general plan land use designation that allows for residential development, this policy would always allow a path forward for it using the significant and unavoidable impacts process that we already had in the policy for other land uses. Then we also made sure for affordable housing to streamline CEQA for a lot more of the affordable housing. I'll show you the maps for that in a second. And then we updated some of the screening criteria as well for those. Then we updated our baseline VMT maps, show you that in a second. Then we're also moving over to the countywide VMT calculator that was developed based on our calculator that's been in place since 2018. So currently we streamline this list here of projects through CEQA for this. Now, to be really clear here, this is streamlining for transportation analysis only within CEQA, right? So if projects meet the conditions in this list, that means that they are presumed to have a less than significant impact by creating the findings of their small infill project. That means 25 units in a multifamily project, or 15 for single family, so on and so forth. But what we did was look at these two highlighted ones and say, all right, these are the ones that are restricting some of the housing elements. And so we are augmenting these two. How are we augmenting them? For the first one, this is market rate housing. It used to be that transit supportive projects in planned growth areas had to all be in already low VMT areas and have high quality transit to what we call get screened out, get the streamlining of CEQA. Well, we figure that one, a lot of the areas that are in planned growth areas are supposed to be lowering their VMT over time. And since they're already near high quality transit, they have the opportunity to do so. And in a certain way, we're kind of tripping ourselves up by requiring this low VMT piece to be there. And so you can see what this does to the map. Market rate housing before within the green areas on the left side were the ones that were eligible if they met some other project criteria to get the streamlining we're talking about. And then you can see here the map on the right. We've got quite a bit more area in the city where projects like that can move forward under that streamlined condition. Moving to affordable housing, this is where the piece where we really are taking a big stride towards helping affordable housing in this policy, right? So before it was restricted affordable housing that was transit supportive, that was in planned growth areas with high quality transit. So in this case, we're crossing out the in planned growth areas and saying anywhere in the city that is within that high quality transit map, right? And again, you saw that map earlier of AB 2097 with the circles around the half miles around transit. It's a pretty similar kind of map here that we're looking at. And so, yeah. So you go from roughly, I can't remember the numbers exactly, but I think it's roughly about 17 or 18% of the city that allows for residential development to around 60% that would allow affordable housing to gain access to this streamlining condition. Another part that's really important here is that understandably, we're trying to get affordable housing within higher resource areas, right? And so this map shows a few different things, right? It shows the mitigable areas, meaning places where we can mitigate VMT. That's in the yellow area, and that's where where the projects can move forward pretty quickly already. As we're adding that last map I just showed you, we're adding all that area to where affordable housing can move faster. These red areas on the map are where are considered high resource areas, meaning there's higher income, meaning there's schools that have higher achievement scores and other elements of that. And so we're kind of pushing, or not pushing, but we're incentivizing more affordable housing within those red areas so that they can both get that streamlining as well as get access to more of the high quality services that are in those areas. These are the map updates, and I will say the map updates are being worked on. We expect them to be published by the end of January. There's a process I'll talk about in 2 slides from now that we're going through with VTA. But what you'll see here, this is the residential map. You can see the addition of BART up in North San Jose has had a significant impact on our calculations in terms of VMT reduction. So that's one of the main reasons you're seeing such a change up there. Yeah. And then the similar map update for the job side of the coin. Lastly, we are moving to the county-wide VMT evaluation tool. When we created our policy, we spent a good amount of time developing the calculator that is now on our website that is used to both show developers what their VMT calculations are right up front, and as well as the different mitigations they can use to go forward within the process. VTA worked with us, used our work as a basis for it, We moved they built this tool off of our tool, and it now covers the whole county, which is really great because now the whole county will be looking at this regional measure from the same perspective. And we're going through with them doing quality checks right now on data that making sure that our data within that is up to the par that we expect. And again, that is expected to be completed by the end of January. There is one more element of this policy change that I'm going to pass off to Michael to talk about, which is the override policy process within the policy. Michael?
Sure. So this next section or part talks about gets into the issue of when the policy supports the council doing an override of significant environmental impacts. So, you know, typically what happens when you do an environmental analysis, you do an EIR, for example, you'll have to do an EIR if there are impacts that are so significant they can't be mitigated. And that's these red areas on the map. They're called admitigable. There's no way there's anything that you can do to reduce the driving to a less than significant level, or put in layperson's term, get people out of their cars and drive less. And so in that case, in projects in those areas, you would need to do an EIR. And so typically what council will do in the environmental process is that they will make findings of they'll do an override. They'll make findings or they'll do a state. Sorry, I'm getting really tired. They'll do a statement of overriding considerations, and they'll certify the EIR. And this policy allows that as currently proposed. It actually allows that in almost all situations. The one situation where it's not proposed to do that, it isn't currently, and it's not proposed to be changed to do so, is in the case where you have market rate housing in these kind of outlying red admitigable VMT areas. That is not in a growth area. It is, not by transit. It's not supported by the general plan, and so therefore you would need to do a general plan amendment. So if there were small projects, for example, 15 single-family homes or less, 25 multifamily homes or less, you'd be exempt. So it'd be projects above that. And so what it's saying is this policy would not support the council making an override. The council could choose to go that route, but it does not support to do that. Next slide. So we went to T&E back in May, and then we returned to them in August. In May, we got direction through a memo that was written by Councilman Perales that was approved by the T&E Council Committee to direct staff to consider a statement of overriding conditions for market rate housing projects that are outside of growth areas that have unmitigable VMT. They're in those red areas and would need a general plan change. And there was they wanted us to develop criteria under the conditions in which the policy would support a condition would support overriding considerations. Next slide. So staff went ahead and did look at, did propose a criteria for the T&E committee to consider. And what I'm presenting to you tonight is what the T&E committee is recommending to you guys and the council. Now, it's not staff's recommendation, it's the T&E committee's recommendation. So it's an alternative recommendation for you guys to consider, for the commission to consider. So we did, based on the direction of the memo that was moved by the T&E committee, it does not apply to employment lands. That was something we're not directed to do. We're proposing that it's lands in infill locations was the direction. So it's lands within the urban growth boundary and urban service area. We did look at areas, those red VMT areas in the outlying parts of the city. We did consider, well, what about if you have a residential piece of land and you want to do higher density? What we found is that there's not a lot of vacant land in this part of the city to do higher density, so it wasn't necessarily needed to apply a policy or criteria to those properties. In addition, there are areas that are open hillside or lower hillside residential, rural residential neighborhoods, those lower kind of more rural neighborhoods. And we did not feel that it from a VMT point of view, it made sense to facilitate higher density development on those fringe edge areas of the city. So we weren't recommending that. The area where it really did make sense, the type of land use that was left was the private recreation land, which is used by various types of private rec uses, most commonly golf courses. Next slide. So in addition to where it could be applied, there was other criteria that we developed based on direction from T&E. One of the directions was that a project should make a significant contribution to addressing the city's housing crisis. So T&E is recommending that that a criteria would state that the project must make significant contributions towards meeting the city's housing element or RHNA goals for low and moderate income units. So a little more specificity there. They also recommended that there should be a balance of uses to meet the needs of the existing and new residents. So we are proposing that projects over 25 acres include some limited amount of commercial space or land. And it would increase based on the size of the overall proposed project. But the idea is that you'd be creating these commercial shopping retail areas that would provide community serving uses, neighborhood serving uses for both the residents of the development and surrounding neighborhoods, and provide that what we call a third space, or a place where people can informally gather and meet their neighbors and have coffee and take care of their daily errands, and helps to create an identity for the neighborhood. So it's as much about placemaking and providing a sense of community as it is about providing the commercial in and of itself. Next slide. So the other criteria, which is not unique to this is a standard operating practice going forward, and that is that a project would need to mitigate its VMT impact to the maximum extent possible, and construct or fund multimodal improvements as well. And then there is a criteria related to parks, which actually was not passed in the motion by T&E, but it was brought up by Council Member Dev Davis, and we agreed to include it, at least for consideration by the Planning Commission and the City Council. And that is that in areas of the city that are park deficient, a project should provide parkland in excess of PDO, PIO requirements, really to help sort of fill that gap of park need in those areas. The other improvement is that recycled water would be required to be used if it is available to the site. Next slide. And then in terms of the process, this is also feeding off some of the direction we got from the T&E committee. The proposed alternative recommendation says that for public engagement, we would consider the project of significant community interest under the council's public outreach policy. It's really hard to establish specific criteria in this case for the type of public outreach, because I think that will really come from the direction of the mayor and the council, or the specific council office in which the project resides. And it's kind of depends on the project itself. But that being said, we do state, the criteria does state that the outreach should be done throughout the entitlement process, not just near the end when the sort of project is largely baked and you just present it to community of what you're proposing, but really throughout, from the beginning to the end of the process. And also that the outreach needs to be conducted in all of the predominant languages in the area, not just English and not necessarily just Spanish, but maybe Vietnamese and Chinese and other languages too of that community. And then there also is a requirement that there is a proposed requirement that a project would be required to do a fiscal analysis to identify the fiscal impacts of that project to the city, both positive and potentially, both negative and potentially positive, right? So to understand if the project's developed, would it put a drain on the city services, or would it actually contribute money to further fund city service, or just be a break-even proposition? This fiscal analysis would need to be paid for by the applicant, but would be managed by the city's staff. And then the entitlement process, the requirement that's proposed is that a project proposal would need to submit and a project with a general plan amendment, and they'd be considered reviewed concurrently by staff and considered concurrently by the Planning Commission and Council. And we think that's really important, because a general plan amendment is just a color change in the map from, let's say, private recreation to residential neighborhood. And there's not a lot of, there's really little definition about what will actually occur with that land use change beyond the color change in the map. I think it's important for the council and the community to have more certainty about what would be approved through that color change in the map. Next slide. So this what I presented to you is the alternative criteria that was developed by staff at the direction of the Transportation and Environment Committee, and it's being carried forward to you tonight and to council. Staff is not recommending this, by the way, but it is here for your consideration. We're not recommending this because putting a significant amount of market rate development is going to generate a lot of driving, a lot of VMT. There's really nothing you can do about it, and it's inconsistent with our general plan and our climate smart San Jose goals of reducing our GHG by reducing our VMT. I should note that this recommendation is really being driven by developer interest in the closed Pleasant Hill Golf Course, which is an evergreen. It's a golf course that's been closed, I believe, since 2002. It's very large. I can't remember how many acres, but golf courses are big, right? And so we're really concerned that city policy in this case is being driven by the interest of one property, and it's not, it's not good practice to do that. So we also just want to note that it doesn't preclude consideration of development happening on that. Council could have other considerations and direct staff to consider development on this property. And if council does want to consider development on the Pleasant Hill Golf Course or other golf courses for that matter, or other private recreation sites, we would recommend leading initiating a city-led planning or visioning process. It would not have to be a specific plan that's way too intense, but more of a visioning process to identify, to work with the community and stakeholders, other stakeholders to identify sort of guiding principles for future development of a site like the Pleasant Hill Golf Course. And that, I think, concludes staff's presentation. I don't think there's any more slides. Is there, Francis? Oh, yeah.
That's it. Yeah, and then we're just kind of putting up here again the elements of change that we're proposing through this.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll move on to commission discussion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yeah, just curious, that alternative plan, where does that come from? Other than the private, entity that would like to see it, how did that get submitted as an alternative? Where did it come from?
It came, well, the alternative recommendation.
Correct.
It came, so Councilmember Perales wrote a memo directing staff. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard, but I was a little surprised by that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, staff, fair to say that this is a council initiated change. I mean, the shortcomings of the VMT policy have been discussed for a long time, and this is just a matter of time being pushed by obviously the 5 members of the T&E committee.
Well, you have to separate the two things. So one is the council has been very interested in, and the T&E committee gave us direction on how to update this policy. The alternative criteria is separate. We've been looking to do this basically when the policy was first approved back in February 2018. We even acknowledged this, that we would need to do this, and we've gotten direction over time to council. Yes, they want us to do that to see how we could facilitate housing. So that's the piece, that's the main part of the, that's our recommendation. That's the main part of the presentation. The other part was what came out of the conversation with T&E that's really being driven by interest in this one former golf course site.
And I'll just add just a little bit, like in the original staff proposal, we said we need to allow this significant and unavoidable impacts process to general plan aligned land uses. And that's what got pushed on to lead to this larger conversation about, hey, wait, what about general plan changes, right? And how do we deal with general plan changes within that scope, right? And so what's being was proposed by T&E was an approach to dealing with general plan amendments within this larger process.
Okay, Commissioner Casey?
I guess I'm trying to understand. So this is a citywide policy that would, I mean, by non-elected officials, essentially, that would take away the power from elected officials who represent the city and the individuals from deciding whether or not to allow market rate projects in these red areas.
No, not exactly. So this is a citywide policy. What we're saying is that
we used a bunch of words to say exactly what it, so it would prevent the council from using the statement of overriding consideration for market rate properties in the red areas.
Well, so yes, but the council can do what the council does. The council can have other considerations and say, yes, that's the policy, but staff, we think there's merit. I think we should explore it. So it doesn't totally tie the hands of the council.
I think another important point is that we're talking about, there's a difference between city initiated general plan amendments and private general plan amendments.
Right.
And if it's the city initiated, i.e. council asked staff to do so, then that's a different scenario. What we're talking about with the scenario that we're not proposing or that we're not recommending is for privately initiated general plan amendments.
But those privately initiated plans won't be able to get before elected officials to make the decision. It'll be non-elected officials preventing that process from even being engaged.
Not necessarily true. I mean, we have a case, no, the council could, so what we would do is we take it to early consideration, and we're doing this right now with a proposal on Glider is a proposal to convert a school site to single family homes. It's in one of those red and mitigable areas. And we're going to go take that to council in the spring and say, council, well, okay, let's just assume for a moment that the policy doesn't change, right? Or it goes with staff recommendation. And there isn't this override opportunity that's added. What we would do is we'd say the 5-1 does not support an override on this case, and it's read the MT, and the general plan isn't supported here. So what do you want to do? You can either deny it, or you can say, well, it may have some merit. We want to consider this, and they could direct staff to continue processing it. So there is that option.
Was that a privately initiated school? That's still not a privately initiated, is it? Or
private one, yeah. It's actually a developer.
Well, so I guess I'm just wondering why we would, based on our RENA numbers and all the housing that we need to have, why would we create a scenario where the council or the elected officials just can't make that determination on their own, and we would put a policy in place that would somehow prevent these housing units from coming online? Let the council take the arrows from the public if this ends up being a bad decision, and I think they're more accountable to their constituency. So I guess for me, I prefer this alternative. It makes more sense, and it gives more projects the opportunity to see the light of day.
Chair, if I may.
Jessica Zank.
Yeah, just a quick thought, because you're absolutely right. That's part of why the alternative is here in front of you. a little bit of background history is only that the transportation analysis policy for the city, even when it was under level of service, it discouraged overrides except under very specific additional considerations. And so the history of this type of policy is to make sure that neither the staff nor the elected nor the community makes these decisions without a lot of thought and a lot of ways to address it. So that's the spirit in which this is coming forward, that there was not an ability to override without some considerable work. Typically that was done through an area development policy or a transportation development policy back under level of service. And this has been kind of the new way of implementing that spirit, that it's not a flippant decision. It's a very measured one that comes with a lot of parameters.
Thank you, Jessica. Commissioner Casey?
I've hogged up enough time. I'll come back later. Thank you.
Yeah, no sweat. Commissioner Young?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll be honest, I'm very confused by this item. And
Commissioner Young, I was going to interject and say, if you were watching from the public, you're like, what? There's all these acronyms. Matt, totally agree with you, but go on. I apologize.
No, it's okay. So I was alerted to this alternative recommendation. We received a letter from the District 6 leadership group expressing concern about this alternative recommendation and basically saying that they felt it was written and would apply mainly to that one piece of property, the former Pleasant Hill Golf Course. And so we have an alternative recommendation and then a staff recommendation that they don't support, or the staff does not support the alternative recommendation. And I was scratching my head. I don't think I've ever seen a staff report with something in it that the staff doesn't recommend. But I think I also understand why it got in there. So I have a question for our attorney, Mr. Vani. If we approve the staff recommendation on this item, are we also approving the alternative recommendation or not?
Allow me to check the agenda.
I believe the staff recommendation is actually silent on the alternative recommendation.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct. Yes, it's just one item amending the council policy as presented by the council, or excuse me, by staff.
Okay, so obviously we're going to have a lot more discussion with the commissioners, but if the consensus of this commission is that we like the proposed policy, but we do not want to have that alternative recommendation included, can you suggest, can we make a motion to do that?
That would be the staff recommendation, would it not, Mark? I think that's what it is.
I believe so as well.
Yeah. And then if you want to add the alternative recommendation, it'd be the staff recommendation plus the alternative recommendation presented by T&E or put forward by T&E.
I believe it could be done as a friendly amendment to staff recommendation.
Or the motion could just encapsulate the whole deal, right? So I guess the options are available, Commissioner Young, and I guess we'll get to that at some point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any follow-on questions there, Commissioner? Nope. Okay, we'll come back when the next round, because I'm sure there'll be rounds. Commissioner Ornelas-Wise?
Thank you. I'm all for streamlining stuff, especially when it comes to permitting, because it's so complex. But when it comes down to some of the CEQA stuff, especially related to traffic, and in the red area, of course, I have some concerns, because those are really highly urbanized areas that have so much traffic impacts. And then there's the pedestrian fatalities. I mean, one of the things that I noticed, that I remember one time there was a project, and I think it might have been like all affordable, and it was on the east side. And I think it was right across the street from James Lick High School. And, I had some concerns about, you know, what offsite improvements are being made, the traffic study, and there seemed to be like none, you know? And so I had some concerns that when I see certain things on the west side, you know, there's all this, you know, improvements done, and then on the east side there wasn't. I don't know, maybe it was because there was this overriding consideration that because it might have been an affordable builder, he didn't have to do this stuff when that's the areas that need it most. So you know, I also would, you know, like Commissioner Young, I was like, what is this, right? So I kind of want to be sensitive because, like, you know, there's like, for example, charter schools, you know, it's like the concept and the intent is good, but then the traffic impacts that it does to a community, you know, and who's regulating this stuff, right? And you're like, what's going on here? And so that's kind of a concern. And then of course, you know, when I also read that letter from that, you know, somebody sent us a letter. And of course, you know, preservation of open space is really important to me as it is to many of the commissioners. And of course, we don't want to convert, you know, any public golf course, even if it's closed or not, into something, you know, maybe housing, you know, because open space, you know, has a lot to do with the quality of life of a community, right? And we don't want to lose those open spaces. So I guess I also probably had some concerns about what this agenda item was all about. Really, what does it mean? What's in place now? And maybe our decision, what does it really imply?
Yeah,
go
ahead, Michael.
I could try to put it in a nutshell. So the policy as currently written and as proposed by staff does not propose development on a site like the Pleasant Hill Golf Course. There's developers that would like to build that. And so they've been advocating for changes to the policy that would give them a path forward under this policy that you're considering tonight. And I should note, as Jessica noted, that in that part of San Jose, there was a policy that prevented large development from happening for many of the reasons that you described, Commissioner, in terms of traffic, lack of access, limited ways to get in and out and whatnot. And so that policy has gone away. That was called the Evergreen Area Development Policy. The council gave us direction to retire that last fall. And what replaced it, it was already in effect, but what effectively replaced it is this VMT policy we're talking about tonight. And it provided that policy does not support development of large development in the Evergreen area, much like the previous ADP. So the question before you is, the T&E would like this policy change to provide a path forward for development of sites like Pleasant Hill Golf Course in these unmitigable VMT areas, many of which are in Evergreen, but they're not just in Evergreen. And staff is not recommending that. There is always, the council can always do what it does, and we could move forward with something and sort of have a public process to talk about it. But the developer would like the policy to be changed. The T&E thinks it should be changed as well to provide a path forward for these type of situations in the future. And so that I'm doing my best to describe. I worked for 15 and a half hours straight, so my brain is a little fuzzy right now. I apologize, but I hope that helps.
And I can address the other part of your question. So Michael's talking about that one piece, which is that override scenario, right? That's not a streamlining thing. That's if a project can't mitigate its VMT, what process does it go through, right? And not only that, right? So we're allowing that, but what happens if someone needs a general plan amendment to change the land use away from what the general plan is? That's what Michael's talking about. But you were also talking about, hey, wait, are we just letting projects go through with nothing transportation-wise, analysis-wise, if we do this? And that's not the case. The transportation analysis policy is larger than the VMT policy. We have what's called a local transportation analysis that all projects need to go through. And that looks at their immediate environs, right? and says, hey, are you on these intersections? Are you going to start producing a lot more pedestrians are going to go across these intersections? All right, we need to talk about crosswalks. We need to talk about widening sidewalks. We need to talk about where your driveways are to make sure you're not just shooting cars through, busy school zones or something like that, right? So we're not taking away that local transportation analysis when we streamline CEQA, right? Those are two parallel processes. They feed into each other and all that kind of stuff and that, but we're still doing transportation analysis at the local level for all projects, irrespective of what we're doing here. We're merely talking about the CEQA process, which is to us kind of half of the transportation analysis overall stack.
I want to highlight something Rams had said. This is for projects that are not supported by the general plan that need a general plan amendment. If you have a piece of land in an mitigable area of San Jose, that red area allows housing and allows more than 15 single family homes, for example, the proposed changes before you deny that staff are recommending would allow you to go forward. So this really is only those cases where you have a piece of land that's not, for example, planned for housing that you want to build housing. In this case, it would be private recreation land. So there's a real distinction there.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
So at the risk of being repetitive, I seem to be in the same position as everybody else. At face value, the streamlining and the pre-screening for, affordable housing are fantastic tools. The countywide consistent tool is fantastic. But then, you keep looking at it and you sneak in these potential, how this can be used in specific parcels, right? Like the Pleasant Hills, which is on the edge of my district, and the other properties in my district, it hits home. And so you're like, why is this being snuck in there? It feels like, right? And so, I'm all in support of the initial piece of it, right? The tools and the pre-screening and all that stuff. But it just seems like there's interests behind this that are wrapped into this proposal that shouldn't be. And it really puts into place a mechanism to have the statement of overriding consideration basically make us obsolete and make the general plan obsolete. And that's contrary to what and who we are. So it just it's incongruent with what we're doing. I don't understand why it's in there. And at the risk of repeating the answer to that, why is it in there?
Yeah, Commissioner Garcia, I think between state legislation and some of the things doing, there'll be less things coming to Planning Commission.
Well, I do think, just to kind of say, I actually think Commissioner Casey said it pretty well, right? There are always trade-offs. And so I'll just be, I'm part of the staff and part of the staff recommendation, which does not include this alternative. And at the same time, you ask the kind of question, why does this exist? In addition to what Michael shared about, there are particular people who've been well organized and concerned about the impact on specific parcels. They've also made the point that, there is a housing crisis. And they've also made the point that it's really the city council who's elected to represent the people, and they should have the decision-making power. So that I'm just, trying to lay out that kind of the arguments on both sides. I think Michael and team stated very well the arguments from the staff side of why we wouldn't recommend it. I think Commissioner Casey stated pretty well the arguments on the other side for why you might consider it.
Commissioner Garcia?
So, don't we already have that with if they're building 15 units or less, develop a piece of that property or properties or whatever?
Yes, or 25 units for multifamily, a little bit larger.
Yeah.
Can I try to just disentangle something? Because you're right now, there's two parts here. There's this screening out criteria, right? Which is the green maps I was showing you. And that's saying certain projects should not have to do a certain level of CEQA analysis. And then there's this override policy, which is a different part of this policy. These are not the same things. These are very different things, right? One has to do with supporting projects like affordable housing and like that, and those kinds of things. And the other one has to do with specifically projects that don't align with the general plan today and how they should go through the process to get there. Right.
So, so my question is, why are they being bundled together? Because they're completely separate.
They're different elements of the same policy, right? Because what we have to do is analyze every project per state law through this VMT lens, right? And so when we're talking about what we call the screened out projects, these are projects that are, we can presume already have benefits in the transportation and other realms for the city. This, to some degree, how would you say, at the staff level, this is uncontroversial. Now, we haven't gotten there with you guys yet in terms of understanding. We have to keep talking about it. But then there's this, so that's one element, right? The other element is, again, this, how do we deal with VMT for projects that don't currently align with the general plan, right? And how do we process a particularly large sites that have very high VMT impacts? How do you process like that, something like that? And what has come out in the conversation is this kind of sense that the VMT rule is the thing that's stopping these sites. Now, we would argue that's not even the case, because the larger community process is what's stopping those sites, and that is what staff is arguing. Staff is arguing that to go forward with a very large site, the VMT policy is a secondary consideration. The primary consideration is the larger planning process that needs to go through with the public before a site like that can be developed. I don't know if that helps, but that's I'm trying to say this.
Well, it does, but I mean, I think there's not a mandate to develop every piece of property in the city either, right? I mean, there's okay to leave some undeveloped. I mean, I don't know. It just seems it's beyond confusing to me, and I'm not opposed to the staff recommendation where we eliminate that piece of it, right? Where it's, my understanding is that the staff recommendation would be to recommend approval, but yet not be specific to those parcels or something like that.
The staff recommendation includes the modified streamlining so that more projects have a simple process through the transportation analysis under CEQA. The staff recommendation doesn't include the alternative related to general plan amendments. So you could choose to do both, or you could choose to just do the staff recommendation without the alternative.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. A couple questions for staff, a little elementary perhaps, but on VMT, is it truly science or art? Does each city measure VMT differently in California?
Yes and no. So part of why we're going to that, in the county level, why we're very happy we're moving to that county-wide calculator, so that we're not doing that. Now, the state has prescribed or recommended certain ways of measuring VMT. Basically, you take the regional model and you update that every couple of years, and you use that to estimate VMT. And so we in San Jose run our own model, which is a derivative of DTAs. We do a whole bunch of extra land use specifications and things like that, and we run our own model.
And the estimation is it really? It's truly an estimate because there's no accurate way to measure it.
At the moment, yes. I mean, we are working on a whole bunch of big data applications that may make it much more observed data versus what it is now, which is, it's just like everything in transportation at that level. These are estimates. These are computer models that take in a lot of calibration data from the real world. So it's not just us, going off in fancy world. Like these are, many decades worth of very high order academics and city professionals coming together to make the mathematics work, and then using a lot of real world calibration to make these models work. But in the end, yeah, they're estimation machines.
Was level of service, did it have that level of ambiguity as well?
It did. It used the same models, and also used other observed data.
Okay, and so and then like the county has weights and measures for gas stations and other things. Who's the weights and measures for VMT? No, don't tell me VTA. Who's the weights and measures for the state for VMT?
The Office of Planning and Research under the Governor's Office gives out most CEQA processes come out through their recommendations, and we're following their recommendations.
And is every city obligated to follow those state recommendations, or can they have variances?
You can variant if you want, but you're setting yourself up for a legal challenge pretty quickly, because basically you have to come up with very strong legal findings as to why you would do something different.
Okay.
So Commissioner Olivero, these are educated guesses and reasonable assumptions based on empirical evidence like surveys. So the Office of Planning and Research, Governor's Office of Planning and Research, put together periodically what is called a technical advisories, giving broad guidelines. Each city uses that and then conducts its own study to come to educated guesses as to what the VMT should be, the vehicle miles traveled. So that's what it is. It varies, but they follow the same guidelines from the Office of Planning and Research.
And then I think things were probably pretty constant in measurement of VMT. And then we had a pandemic, which sort of changed things. And I guess, we're clearly not back to normal, but certainly we don't know when the new normal is going to be. Are we new normal today, or is it new normal in 2026? How is the state dealing with that and its interpretations that go down to cities, or is it?
It's not. We are left to our own devices to figure that out. And it is obviously one of the biggest questions in transportation planning, period, across the world. And what we're trying to do is figure out when we should put our thermometer back in, right? And we're basically coming up to it, right? We kind of have to assume at some point, all right, and so we're kind of we're actually just going through a whole bunch of contracting and RFP processes to get new data sources to basically kind of go through the next process there. And also, we also said we would update our models at least every 4 years. So we got to kind of get to it anyways. We are assuming basically the new normal is maybe now here, but we'll see.
Right.
So yeah.
And then staff, when you're doing a GP amendment and you're forced to jointly file a project, then you're doing public meetings and community processes, vetting whatever you plan on doing. I mean, there's not like passing this policy allows you to have ministerial or to avoid any public process.
Right.
That's correct. Yeah.
I think there's I see these emails. It's like, we're removing all public process, and I don't think that's the case. I think we still have public held meetings and processes and et cetera. And obviously based on the size, it dictates how many meetings, as I think you stated, Michael. And then Michael, you presented. You gave examples of a 25-acre parcel, a 50-acre parcel, and a 100-acre parcel. What are those? Is there a specific 25-acre parcel or 50 or 100?
You mean that's out there that we identified that could redevelop?
Well, you said something to the extent of if it's 25 acres, then it should do this. If it's 50 acres, it should do that. What are those? Because share with me what those are.
Well, I mean, so I just want to say we didn't go out and look at private recreation sites and say that one's 25 or that one's 50. They're not based on real properties that exist in the red VMT areas, if that's your
question. Do we even have a 50-acre parcel or 25-acre or any of those that
we may not. We didn't do that level of analysis. We didn't go and look at all of the PQP land in the city PQP that's private rack and then group it into what sizes they were. We didn't do that analysis.
Got it. And then, I mean, from everyone I've been hearing from, policymakers, applicants, et cetera, the VMT policy has been a negative for North San Jose. And that the fees associated and or, I know that had to do with the traffic impact fees before that, but otherwise VMT was an obstacle to development. And whether it's the Apple property or the Nicholson property for the mobile home, this and that. So is the VMT, I know people were talking about some other piece of land, but isn't it really about the North San Jose opportunities that people want to see development?
I'm going to try and
map.
I'm so sweet.
There we go. I'm back now. Sorry, my Zoom literally quit and reestablished. So I was trying to share the map again, but I'm not going to try because Zoom and PowerPoint are throwing up on each other here. But basically, the map update is significant, as I said, mostly for North San Jose.
That's right.
The addition of BART has made a significant impact on the housing element of VMT in that area. Now there's still the commercial area also moved a little bit, but the problem with North San Jose and commercial is that there's no housing, and so it doesn't change all that much, right? Because you're still having to drive a long ways to get there. That's why putting housing up there is really helpful. So there's been a significant movement once we can get our new versions of the maps out, which again I said would is expected to come out at the end of January. That housing in North San Jose we'll see a significantly different scenario under the VMT policy going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Lardenois.
Thank you. So I do think we should get to public comment soon because I think we're starting to get into discussing the merits of the policy, but I want to ask a clarifying question. So I want to make sure my understanding is correct of the policy that is being recommended by staff. So it sounds like the main bit of it is that like this is about replacing vehicle delay and road capacity with VMT as the metric, and you're calling that streamlining because the VMT analysis is less work intensive to do. Is that correct?
So Commissioner Lardenois, if I may step in here, this is a CEQA issue, and I'll try to simplify it as much as possible. Yeah.
And yeah, I understand it specifically for the purposes of CEQA. Yeah.
That's correct. As it stands, CEQA allows a project to be approved even when that project has significant impacts that cannot be mitigated. When the state required all lead agencies to go with a VMT instead of LOS, what happened was that each city came up with their metrics. San Jose was one of the few first cities that came up with the policy to implement VMT. Gotcha. It was a very good policy for a start, but just like the Constitution, it has to be amended. We made it very, very, very tough for ourselves to even approve projects that are in the red zone, even when we know that we've planned transit in those areas. So what happened was that based on the fact that the projects will have significant unavoidable traffic impact in those red areas, it was no go. And I could describe it as build absolutely nothing anywhere near any red. This change will allow us to do that, to fully comply with CEQA if a project has the entire package and allows other issues to be looked at other than traffic. Does that simplify it enough for you? And it's not looking at any particular projects. There were things that, as Michael indicated, are no more being considered. But from a purely CEQA standpoint, this allows the city to fully comply with CEQA because of the inefficiencies in the current system.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll hold my comments, questions till after public.
Okay, Commissioner Casey.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick as well. I can't remember exactly from the map, but it seemed as if a great deal of the red areas that were in the eastern part of San Jose. And if I understand this correctly, then wouldn't we be encouraging basically affordable housing to just be in that area if we use this policy? I know there was some small swaths on the west side, but I think it would be unproportional, right? It would be for the most part, it would be in those red areas on the east side. And I'm concerned about us funneling all the affordable housing just in that area as opposed to spreading it out. I mean, my issue is with this policy, and I understand Michael's point, and there may be some nefarious under dealings on folks trying to get it passed, but I think we should analyze this instead of on a project level, on a policy level. And my concern is, one, we're taking away from elected officials the tools that they may need to bring more housing stock online. And two, with this policy, we're encouraging most of the affordable housing to go into east and other parts of the city that I don't think should be overburdened with the affordable housing tranche, so to speak.
So let me respond to that part about affordable housing, because I don't think that's factually accurate. If you look at this map, this entire huge green blob is where affordable housing would receive an easier CEQA process with transportation. So I don't think it's accurate to say that somehow it's being pushed to East San Jose. In fact, it's actually being pushed more west than anything else. So yeah, that part of what you just said is just not factually accurate.
If you look at, I mean, visually, we're looking at, you're telling me most of that green swath is on the west side and south side. I live in Almaden, and also I'm looking all through the south and all through the west, and I'm noticing most of this is in the north of San Jose and the east of San Jose. So you're telling me I shouldn't believe my lying eyes?
Well, usually we call West San Jose this portion out in District 1. So we may be just having a nomenclature conflict there, but yeah.
The edge of the green on the west is the city boundary. We're just not showing kind of how VMT would be applied in other jurisdictions. So you can see it does fill out a significant amount in North San Jose, all of Central San Jose, a significant amount of East San Jose, as well as all of West San Jose, and then the areas that are left out are those without really high quality transit, which to your point does include a lot of Almaden and a lot of the eastern portions of District 8 and a lot of the southeastern portions of District 2.
Yes, I just wanted to make those 2 points. One, I think it's gonna be disproportionately affordable housing in areas that shouldn't carry the burden. And two, we're taking a tool and a resource out of the city council's hands, which are elected officials, from bringing more housing online with a policy. And I think we're looking at this on a project level when we should be looking at this on a policy level.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
I know there's still a lot of conversation to be had, and we still have public comment. And given that we're 6 hours into this meeting, I'd like to make a motion to continue this item to a future meeting in December to give it its fair justice.
A fair point, fair question, Commissioner Garcia. I think this is already agendized for the city council November 29th. So maybe we can just I would, well, you're free to make the motion to defer. So first of all, let me not block you for making a motion. So I'll let you make that motion. Your motion is made. Is there a second to defer? Okay, that motion dies for lack of a second. And I would just state that I think this is, the goal is for us to get it to city council to act on it. So anything else, Commissioner Garcia?
No, it's just unfortunate that it's at this spot on the agenda at this hour, unfortunately.
Understood. We're going to go to public comment. I just had a couple little questions here. Has Apple filed any type of paperwork in North San Jose for their land? Do they have an application?
Do you know, Robert? I've heard they might, but I can't confirm that.
Not that I remember.
So there's no GP filing application for Apple to convert industrial to housing?
I know there's been
No.
conversations, but
So there, as part of the work we're doing in North San Jose, staff is proposing general plan amendments to allow housing on Apple land. That's happening as part of the housing element process.
Right, for Apple's original request.
Correct.
Okay, and has the Pleasant Hills Golf Course filed an application?
No, not yet.
So at this point, neither have filed, but we're soon to be talking about one a lot. Okay, so let's go to public comment. Due to the hour and Commissioner Garcia's comments, we're going to have public comment be limited to 1 minute. And our first speaker.
Catherine, could you unmute yourself and begin to speak?
Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Okay, next speaker. Thanks, Catherine.
Lawrence, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, Larry Ames, Chair of the District 6 Neighborhood Leadership Group. I guess you've seen our letter. We support your efforts to work to balance the housing and streamlining process for housing and affordable housing against the vehicle miles traveled. And that's the main purpose of the body there. I'm a little concerned by chart 6. It shows affordable housing down on County Valley. That's new. I don't want to see that down there. But my main point is we oppose the alternative recommendation at the end of the thing. It's apparently added just to help one developer develop one unused golf course. Excuse me. Our concern is with unintended consequences, whether by misinterpretation or by subtle tweaking of the final wording of the policy. The alternative might somehow greenlight inappropriate developments and lands across the city, from El Aviso down to the Coyote Valley. I think the staff report says it best. One developer's interest is in one potential redevelopment project should not drive the direction of citywide policy. Please reject the alternative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next speaker.
Juan Estrada.
Dear Planning Commissioners, my name is Juan Estrada and I'm on staff with Green Foothills. We ask that you follow the Planning Department staff recommendation, don't tie council's hands, and also ask that you explicitly reject the alternative recommendation that would facilitate development on private recreation and open space land. It is inconsistent with the city's general plan, would facilitate development of huge parcels of open space without a community envisioning process, such as is currently being provided for multiple other large parcels in San Jose. That is, of course, an equity issue. Community members strongly oppose the alternative recommendation. About 250 community members wrote prior to the Planning Commission, and about 300 have written to you. And as we all know, the alternative is being pursued by one developer for one property. Reject it.
Thank you, Juan.
Matthew.
Yes, good evening. Matthew Reed, Director of Policy at Silicon Valley at Home. It's a pleasure being with you all at 11 o'clock at night. I'm learning a tremendous amount from your discussions. I appreciate that. Honestly, I was just here to say that we're supportive of the underlying staff recommendations. And I think I will just leave it at that. I think it's important for this group to just recognize that the golf course is unincorporated county land. The county's in the process of putting together a housing element to accommodate 1,200% larger numbers than the last housing element. And so the options for them are sprawling in Gilroy or
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I want to thank Commissioners Casey Garcia, and because what you're smelling is exactly what it is. it's not passing the sniff test, and there's a very good reason why. You have just seen an example of a con game. Okay, did you see the way that the city was carrying off each other? They were just like dancing around and just shooting at you a bunch of rationalizations that had absolutely no merit or no relationship to what it is that you were addressing. It was a bunch of words. It had no substance. We rely on you to vote your conscience and vote things like this down. I want to thank Juan Estrada for getting a hold of me about this particular item. Because when he told me about this in Coyote Valley, my father picked prunes in that valley. He picked prunes and he picked apricots. And then he retired from the very building at IBM's Research and Development where he used to pick prunes.
Thank you, Paul.
Good evening. This is Jean Dresden. I'd like you to make a motion to support VMT, the primary recommendation, and oppose the alternative policy. I watched the Transportation and Environment Committee meeting, and I watched some council members write a plan for East San Jose for the Pleasant Hills Golf Course. They were allocating, oh, it should have some commercial, it should have some housing, it should have some parks. That should be part of a community visioning process. We did it for the Diridon Station area plan. They're doing it right now with Sand Hill over at El Paseo de Saratoga. And you have to ask, why does the council not want to go through that kind of process on the east side? Bothered me a lot.
Thank you, Jean.
Trudy, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Trudy Ellerbeck for the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. I think Jean stated it pretty well. I'm also calling on the Planning Commission to explicitly follow staff's recommendation to reject the alternative amendment 5-1. The alternative amendment seems to serve chiefly the developer and has the potential to create a slippery slope of other exceptions to the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy.
Jennifer?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Denise. I serve as a board member for the Palo Rancho Cabana Club Homeowners Association for the past 19 years, and I also live on the street adjacent to the Palo Rancho Hills Golf Course. The property was snuck in as a late addition to the policy change, and a proper due diligence was not taken when deciding to add to this property. It is under the jurisdiction of the County of Santa Clara and zone recreational. It is also only one developer that has, the development of the open space in Evergreen should be included in the general plan. The golf course property is currently in contract with a developer that has pushed for this policy amendment. I would like to voice my request that the commission reject the inclusion of the private recreation open space amendment to policy 5-1. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi.
Beth, go ahead with your comment.
Yes.
I support the city staff in not recommending the inclusion of the alternative recommendation in an updated policy 5-1. I ask that you explicitly reject it.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank
Robert?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name's Robert Reese. I'm an Evergreen resident and I chair the Land Use Committee of the District 8 Community Roundtable. I want to thank the planning commissioners and staff members that have Zoomed with us over the last couple of years discussing this. For those commissioners that may not be as familiar with the east side of San Jose as we are, there are about 700 acres of undeveloped and underdeveloped land south of Story Road. What we are looking at is comprehensive community-based land use planning that looks at visioning and the properties as we would like to see them developed in a process that many other areas of the city of San Jose have been able to benefit from. The West Side urban villages, the work that's going on in the Monterey corridor. I want to reiterate what Juan Estrada and many others have said. Support the staff recommendation on page 1, explicitly reject the alternative on page 12, and let's work together for some good planning on the east side of San Jose.
Thank you, Robert.
Sandra, go ahead with your comment.
Okay, I support the city staff in not recommending the inclusion of the alternative recommendation in the updated 5.1 policy. I ask that you explicitly reject it. It doesn't seem appropriate for the city to change the policy citywide for the benefit of a single developer. I'm very concerned about the possibility of unintended consequences and the chance that the alternative recommendations might enable entirely the inappropriate development elsewhere. Appropriate development in Pleasant Hills Golf Course parcel should follow transparent community engagement process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandra.
Jordan?
Yes, good evening, staff and commissioners. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm the South Bay Resilience Manager with Greenbelt Alliance. I'll be brief given that we are rapidly approaching Thursday morning here. Just want to say that we appreciate the update. We're very supportive of urban infill and the underlying policies presented, especially streamlining and especially in higher and highest resources of the city, areas of the city. With regard to the alternative proposal by T&E, it sounds like there's consensus from the commission based on what I've heard. But while I think the intentions are good, the specifics of it are such that we cannot support it in practice. So we do support the staff recommendation, but not the alternative. With regard to Pleasant Hills Golf Course specifically, we're not necessarily opposed to housing development there. Provide specific public open space was included, but we don't believe the T&E alternative is the correct venue to address it. It should instead be addressed via the county housing element process. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jordan.
Okay, Gina? I had to promote you to panelist to proceed with your comment. Shauna, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Shauna. I am a part of the Palo Rancho HOA Association, and we border two sides of the Pleasant Hills Golf Course. And this would be, I recommend to move forward with the first part of this proposal, but to definitely reject the amendment and want to work with staff and a visionary process and you know, we're not against development. It just needs to go through the right channels.
Thank you, Shauna.
Catherine? Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you very much. And I just want to second what the other people have been saying about supporting the city staff recommendation and rejecting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you,
That's a
Catherine.
bad precedent.
Janet?
Hi, thank you very much. This is Janet Holt, and I'm a board member of two different neighborhood associations in Northern Evergreen. And I want to go ahead and recommend that staff and the commission recommends approving the first part, but rejecting the alternative recommendation. We've, you know, and I would also like to thank the public who has stayed on the line for as long as they have to voice their opinions on this. I know I've been studying it for a few weeks now, and it is still a very confusing policy type change. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
We do have Gina. Gina, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'd just like to support the staff and reject the alternative, policy 5.1.
Short and sweet. Thank you, Gina.
Mhm.
Okay, we're back to the commission unless there's another hand. No hand, staff?
No.
Okay. I just want to make a couple comments here. You know, as mentioned in the staff report, there's SB 739, which is this, you know, there's a slew of housing laws coming from the state, and one of them is specifically for this scenario. to allow the conversion of a golf course by ministerial right, meaning no process. And I mean, there's so many bills and housings that have been passed. I would think that it might actually come forward as if SB 9 came forward, which had a lot of public distraught throughout the whole state. This certainly could happen as well. And then, as Michael mentioned, that golf course has been closed since 2002, and that is walled off. So it's not like people are cruising through and enjoying it for open space. And then the other thing is I did a quick internet search, and that is over 100 acres. It says it's 114 acres. And
what a coincidence.
Yeah, who's that? But with that said, I guess, when I was on the city council, I voted against moving forward with these parcels in Evergreen because of the jobs housing imbalance. But that was a long time ago. And I think the city council should discuss this item, because walling off 100 acres within the city, I mean, this isn't in Coyote. This is within the street grid network. This is within the sewer network. This is within the utility power network. And, again, I voted against it, but you know what? It's a new council. It's another decade. Housing seems to be an important issue. I think they need to discuss it. And I think, I really think that they need to face, someone said it like, they need to face the criticism or take the arrows. Well, they need to take the arrows. They need to discuss it. And if they want to do something, they can consider that. If they don't want to do anything, they cannot consider that. Same way, we as a council, when I was on the council, we took a vote to not have any housing in Coyote Valley, right? We eliminated housing for 120,000 people. That was a city council decision. So I'll let someone make the motion, but I think at some point the current city council needs to discuss this in a broad manner. And of course, they'll vote for what they want. And even if the commission doesn't recommend that, the city council can still take up the motion because it's on the agenda. And I guarantee you, the city council, there will be at least 5 votes. Well, I won't go to that route, but there'll be at least support to discuss the item. So I think we should just, throw that as input. At any rate, that's my comments. Apologies. So Commissioner Cantrell.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree with you. I don't think our job is to pass the buck to the council. Our job is to make sound planning decisions with the planning commission, not the pass the buck commission. I think this proposal definitely concerns me. I think adding this alternative is the concern. So I recommend that we approve the city staff recommendation and specifically reject the additional alternative to this proposal.
There's a motion.
I second that.
And that second was Garcia or Young?
I put it out there too, so whoever you like.
All of you. Okay, so there's clearly a motion and a second. Whoever staff wants to write down for the second, you're welcome to do so.
We have down as Commissioner Ladino seconding.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Cantrell, any further comments on your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lardenois.
Sure. Yeah, so just in the interest of transparency, I was asked to meet by some of the East Side leaders who spoke tonight, and I did meet with them and discuss this. And so, yeah, I think our discussion got complicated because CEQA is complicated and often hard to understand. And I don't think the part of the policy recommended by staff, I don't think that it's controversial. My understanding of it is streamlining the CEQA process for low VMT projects. I think we can all get on board with that. When it comes to the alternative, it seems to me to be totally in the opposite direction, really, making a carve out for encouraging high VMT projects, which not only is contradictory to the policy that staff's recommending, it's also contradictory to the vote we just took on the last item to abolish parking minimums to try and reduce, travel in cars. So I do think if we're going to, and like I seconded the motion, I think we should go ahead and recommend the staff recommendation, plus on top of that, an explicit rejection of the alternative proposal. I do think we need to put language in there justifying why. And I do think there was a really good slide in the staff presentation that I think we could use to get started on that. I mean, for me personally, I think one of the most salient things is that, like, in addition to what I said about, encouraging a high VMT project or high VMT projects, this really does seem to apply to primarily to just one property. And I don't think that's the right way to go about things of drafting a policy that seems to be generic, but is really specifically directed like that. And especially because, as was noted by someone in the public and as noted in the staff report, this is a property that would require an annexation to be entitled by the city of San Jose. So even more so, just does not seem to be the right way to approach this. Yeah, I think that's it for my comments there, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Commissioner Lardner. And by the way, anytime you develop any county property within the city, it naturally gets annexed. So nothing special there. Commissioner Young.
Well, sorry, if I could just, I don't want to go back and forth too much, but it is a decision to annex something, though. I mean, and there are consequences to annexing property. I mean, San Jose, I think, has learned that more than any other city in the area. And so it's not something to be taken lightly, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a process that it's a natural annexation. So no worries. I think we're talking about the same thing. Commissioner Young.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just going to speak in support of Commissioner Cantrell's motion. I think he phrased it very, very well. And I just want to, there's a couple of things that have been said by other commissioners that I'm not sure are factually correct. So I just want to emphasize what it is we're voting on. And I'm actually reading from the item, the GPT 22. It says amend City Council Transportation Policy 5-1 to streamline environmental review under vehicle miles traveled for affordable housing projects. I can't see how any of us would be objecting to that. We want more affordable housing. So I think anything we can do to streamline that process is a good thing. So that's my first point. Then it goes on to say, and to allow a process for city council consideration of housing projects, including those in high VMT areas. That one of the objections I heard was that this would somehow take the decision out of the city council. It doesn't do that at all. In fact, it specifically says here that it allows a process for city council consideration as long as the parcels in question meet the general plan. And just the last thing I would say is that I think there was a concern raised that this policy would push affordable housing to the east side. I actually think if you read the staff report, it's the opposite of that. One of the things that this policy is trying to do is encourage affordable housing in higher resourced areas of the city. So that would be Cambrian, West San Jose, areas that have higher resources. This policy would encourage affordable housing in those areas, which is absolutely correct what we should be doing. So those are my comments, and we'll definitely be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Young. Commissioner Garcia.
Well, that's the whole point, right? I mean, we all support the elimination of vehicle miles traveled, and what seems underhanded about it is why there's a development that is not even a city property today in there, right? So I mean, if you don't see the writing on the wall, I don't know what we're looking at. I don't think anybody's opposed to the first half of this. My initial question was why there was the second half in it as well. So if we are specifically rejecting the alternative component of consideration, then I'm in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have Commissioner Barroso.
Yeah, just really quick. Yeah, I'm also in agreement that as read, without the alternative recommendations, it's good to go for me. But I do have a question. Formally, how have the alternative recommendations been proposed, right? Is it just something that we speculate that could happen, that is really right now, as I see the room, as I read the room, is not really going to happen? But when was it ever a consideration? Is this something that just went through the rumor mill a little bit and kind of got people anxious, or was this really a possibility?
Well, so there is no development application on file on the Pleasant Hill Golf Course, but there is interest from a developer to build it. And so I think that sort of raised this issue that we're talking about, and it raised the issue with T&E about, well, wait a minute here, maybe we should have, maybe there should be an override in this particular case. And that was the discussion that happened at T&E in May. And then coming out of that, they gave staff direction to come up with a proposed criteria that would provide a path forward under this policy, under CEQA, for a project that was in that red area that needed a general plan amendment that did not conform to the general plan and was market rate. And so we did that. We came back to them in August and we had a proposal, which was a little bit different than what I presented tonight. I only presented you tonight what T&E is moving forward to you, council, but there was another iteration and they gave us additional feedback and we modified it, and that's what we're presenting to you tonight. But there is, yeah, so I mean, there isn't, that golf course won't stay a vacant golf course forever. Something someday is going to happen there, and it's more about what is the right process to have a conversation and figure out what should be built there, right? That's kind of the larger issue at hand.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. I definitely appreciate the clarity. Yeah, I do agree with members of the public and also fellow commissioners that a transparent, community-based, open process would be best, especially for land that's hooked up to so many infrastructure. And it is something that the East Foothills and the Evergreen area is proud of, right? So they definitely want to have input. So I do appreciate where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barroso. Commissioner Ornelas Wise.
I just want, I mean, overriding considerations for affordable housing is fantastic, but I also just want to make sure that, mitigation measures that, for traffic impacts are not void, right? I really want to make sure there's pedestrian safety and off-site required improvements. So, I just want to make sure that what I'm understanding is that we're modifying and streamlining the CEQA process, but not eliminating mitigation measures for traffic impacts.
Thank you very much. Just, as Ramza said earlier, there are two parts of policy 5-1. We're really only modifying the CEQA part. There will remain the local transportation analysis for all types of projects that exist today. The only mitigation measures that would change were those that may have come through the CEQA process, but that local transportation analysis will remain. And that is where we address most safety issues, especially pedestrian safety and the like.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anyone else? All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Commissioner Lardenois.
Yes.
Commissioner Barroso,
Yes.
Commissioner Cantrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey.
I don't want to take elected officials' ability away to make decisions with a policy. So no for me.
Understood. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Ornelas Wise,
I'm gonna have to say no.
okay. Commissioner Young,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosario,
Yes.
where have you been? And myself, yes. So display the vote. Okay, now we're off to nothing on item 6, item 7, report from city council, Robert.
Yes, there is a report from yesterday that's a conforming rezoning for real property located at 179 DeSalvo Avenue was approved, and last week, November 8th, approval of a license agreement with the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority for recreational vehicle safe parking at the Santa Teresa Light Station North parking lot. Those two items didn't come through this commission, but they are related to land use.
Great. Item B, subcommittee formation. I don't believe there's any. Commission calendar and study sessions, nothing new. Is that correct, Robert?
That's correct.
Anything under the public record?
Commissioners?
We certainly want to wish Mark Varney well for his service to the city, as this is his last planning commission meeting with us.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I've accepted a position with another city, the city of Palo Alto. My last day with city of San Jose will be December 2nd. So this makes it my last meeting, and it's a long one, but I wanted to thank you all for your service. It's been a pleasure in this short time advising you all, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mark. We had a good time hanging out with you, especially this last meeting.
Sure.
And definitely we'll miss you, Mark. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Great to work with you, Mark.
Nice to work with you as well.
So with that said, we will adjourn until December. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.